Alright, well, let's roll. Let's check the private messages first. Hey Hana, thanks for helping me out with Magic's party. The first person to ask is Robbie. Park! The first person we have to ask for the birthday party is Ghost Rider. He's thoughtful. He'll find the right gift to Magic on behalf of the team. I'll talk to Robbie. Yeah, he's my buddy. Me and Ghost Rider are best buds. Hey Ahana, time for the emo kids to meet if you're free, obviously. I can meet you outside your room and the next night everyone's available. Yeah, another emo kid meeting. Nico's like the only one I've been messaging with on here. Besides like Ghost Rider one time. She doesn't like a bad boss who treats you like shit. And makes up propaganda. Yeah, good old JJ. J. Jonah. Why can't I play as him in this game? If he was a playable character.
Don't tell me to calm down, Robbie.
Oh,
the
Monka.
others are in there with freaking Caretaker planning their next move against Faustus, and they are totally leaving us out. Again!
But this is the Avengers we're talking about, right? They're heroes.
And who had to bail out those heroes when your new pal Spider-Man was being chased by the alien slime monster? Us!
Got you there.
If they are so powerful, why could Strange not help us save Wanda?
Look, Doc's a good guy, okay? He's patched up a spider knee or two since I started this thing. Flaming pumpkin bombs are not exactly covered by insurance.
I would not trust him to patch a tire.
They move into our home, take it over, and then have the nerve to leave us out of every single damn decision that affects us. You two want to cozy up to Mr. Stark and Doctor Strange? Go right ahead. Me, I'll be outside. Most of the air's been sucked up from here already.
Let that be a lesson. I mean, we've learned that lesson before, but never tell a woman to calm down. Whatever you do, never ever tell a woman to calm down. Monka S. At the gift box, Scooby. Yeah, I'm glad. Glad to hear you liking them. The two special new Scooby Christmas emotes. I really like how they turned out too. They look perfect.
Hunter, got a question for you.
What? Blade wants to talk with me.
What's shaking, Bacon?
That's rare.
Good girl, Charlie.
Blade wants to talk to me. Is he gonna yell at me? Did I do something wrong?
Nico made some good points, but I gotta be honest. I'm getting used to the Avengers being around this place. I mean, yeah, Tony can be annoying, but not all of them.
Of course.
Although it makes me wonder.
Wonder what?
Well, what are they thinking about us?
I feel like he's a little squished in the gift box. Yeah, a little bit. The snowman looks like it fits him more, but yeah, that's fine. He fits perfectly inside the gift box. You can have your own little Scooby in a box. So kawaii. So cute. Oh no. I can tell him a joke? Oof. Oof. Last time I told him a joke, he fucking hated it. Last time I told him a joke, he hated me for it. Yeah, I don't think I should do that again. I'm scared, I'm terrified. I don't even know which one would be the right option here. I put you with this soul gun. Yes, I'm not gonna joke this time. I learned my lesson from last time. Are you sure you're feeling okay? I don't know if that's the right thing to ask Blade. And I don't know. Well, it stopped on that, so I guess. No, it's fine.
Blade, Did you strike your head in the last training session?
No. Why?
It is just... I have never known you to be so interested in your fellow team members' opinions before.
I'm concerned about the tactical efficiency between our two groups, that's all. The more we get used to each other, the more efficient we become.
Like you and Carol.
Exactly. Hang on. I have no idea what you're talking about.
You have many abilities, Daywalker.
Wait, what?
Lying is not one of them. Admit what you feel about Carol. You owe yourself that much.
Admit what? That I feel a sense of admiration and respect for a fellow teammate?
What's happening? You oh whoa 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 whoa! If I say that, he's gonna rip my fucking head off. Whoa! You have a crush on her? No 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 no! Whoa! Man, this is gonna be game over if I say that. This guy is literally gonna rip my head off. Yeah, that's what I was gonna go with too. The last one. That's why I was thinking it was the best one. Exactly, but you fucking chill out, Jesus. Holy shit. She's right next to us as well, Captain Marvel. She's sitting right next to Flay. Oh, she's standing up or whatever. Admit it, you have a crush on her. Come on, Blade. No need to be so shy. Man, if I say that, like, right here, right now, and while she's next to us, he's gonna fucking kill me. Anyways, I'm sure she admires you too.
I have no doubt Carol also appreciates what you bring to the team.
He liked it.
So. I try to do my best for my allies.
Okay, we didn't fuck it up.
Well, I am sure she is also impressed with your efforts and has noticed you as much as you have clearly noticed her.
I'm not going there, Hunter. Let's just drop it.
Consider it dropped.
Oh, and this conversation? It never happened.
I will add it to the list.
Oh, wait, no, she's not here. It's Magic and Spider-Man that's next to him. Wait, for what? Exactly, Jesus. You get resurrected. They don't want to do it again, okay? Fucking labors my head off. Spider-Man's gonna leak it. Yeah. I don't think Magic gives a fuck. If anything, it would be Spider-Man. And Robbie is Ghost Rider.
That's a Hunter.
You can trust him. He's just on his phone. Man, I can't believe that. What? Why just... If a Blade has a crush on Captain Marvel, that's the last thing I would have expected. Spidey is the biggest mouth in the galaxy. Damn right. Oh, that's Nico. Can't keep his mouth shut. Oh man, I'm really curious how that would have turned out if I did actually say the first option. Alien vampire baby of Blade and Captain Marvel. That is gonna be one OP baby. Because not only is it a half vampire, but it's also gonna be like the strongest ever, strong as fuck, and be able to fly. And gonna be quite the crazy baby. Because of legal reasons, you can't actually kill you. I mean, if anything, I feel like the friendship level would have gone in the negatives. If we have 7 out of 15. That if I said he had a crush, it would have gone to like fucking -7 out of 15 or something. It would have gone into the minuses. Man, I can't believe that was an option. Holy shit. Yeah, Blade's also pretty cool. I've never seen the Blade movie though. But I always thought he's a cool hero. do find it kind of crazy that, yeah, Blade and Ghost Rider are Marvel heroes. I don't know why. They just don't seem like it. They don't seem like Marvel heroes, these two. Yeah, exactly. I just ran by. I'm about to go ask Ghost Rider about the birthday party. If you have a number one, that's fair. It is also hard to pick. There's a lot of good ones.
A successful collaboration.
Oh, the armories. Your enemies can be interrogated. Or an EXP in a training combat room. I want this.
Give me a sec. Okay, what's up?
New post.
These should definitely give you an edge.
I know, right? It looks so like out of place. It's hilarious. Target has damage this turn, 13 plus damage. Also knock back towards Spider-Man. I want these two. Yeah, I want the armory.
Fascinating.
But also, like we talked about this yesterday for a good bit. But like, you see, this is what he looks like in his normal outfit, right? Then look at he looks so fucking buff in this. He looks so shredded in this t-shirt, Doctor Strange. Fucking ripped, man. You can't tell that at all just from his normal outfit here. Live King, is that you? Yeah, I mean, just look at it. Oh, holy shit. Fucking Strange is the last guy you would expect to be this buff, man. But I guess since his magic isn't really working properly, he's just been hitting the gym non-stop. Hey, my man, what's the steroids? What's the magic steroid you're taking? What did I get for Spider-Man? Oh, special delivery. I don't actually know if I want to equip that. No. Where is the armory? It's over here. That's my suit, isn't it? Challenge version not available. Raise the 100 friendship level with a hero to access a Midnight Sun challenge. Earn that hero new Midnight Sun suit and legendary ability when completed. Let me have myself.
Good day, Hunter.
Well, let's go ask Robbie about the party. Wait, where did he go? Wait, what? Ghost Rider, where'd you go? Well, we only did like one main mission yesterday, which was getting Spider-Man, and then we defeated Venom. But he's still on the loose, Venom. And well, yeah, so now we have Spider-Man on the team, and what we're doing now is that Nico is hosting a surprise birthday party for Magic. So now what Nico wants us to do is ask almost everyone. Like, she wants us to invite almost everyone to Magic's birthday party. And the one we have to ask now is our good pal Ghost Rider. And where did he go? Where did Ghost Rider go? Wait, he's at the pool? Hey, wait, it wasn't my idea. It was Nico's idea. What the fuck? Ghost Rider is chilling at the pool with Spider-Man.
Robbie, can we speak in private?
Of course. Let's go.
Nico needs help prepping for a magic surprise party.
All right. What does she need me to do?
She wanted you to pick the team present for magic.
Oh, I got this. I'll find something unforgettable.
Oh, well, that was easy. Oh, that was easy. Yeah, that most likely. She's gonna murder poor Jesus. Even though it wasn't Jesus' idea. Wait, where did he go now? Wait, what? No, he went to go work out.
I don't mind the new roommates. Nice to meet some cool new peeps, like Peter here.
Train with Blade.
I'm ready when you are. Just remember the most important. There are no rules.
Train with Blade, because that's like the only way to level up his friendship. Light. Oh, that. Okay.
Ready to work?
Chain free. Okay, that's really fucking good. Yes.
We need any advantage we can get.
Yes, that's the only way to become friends with him. By him almost murdering us.
Not everyone wants my advice, but they're gonna get it either way.
Alright, let's talk to Nico.
You don't need to check up on me, Hunter. I'm fine.
Perhaps I wanted some fresh air as well.
Well, enjoy it while you can. I'm sure they'll be opening an Avengers satellite campus here soon enough.
The gods spare us all.
Look, the Abbey might be a little rustic, but it's ours. Was ours. Until these Avengers just swooped in and started treating us like a bunch of outsiders in our own home. And it's not like Caretaker does anything to stop it. Hell, she freaking encourages it. Pisses me off so much I could scream.
Well, scream then. We will need everyone to stop Lilith, then do something about it. I'm gonna build another tower. I mean, he already built an AI coffee machine. He threw out Ghost Rider's coffee machine because it was apparently broken, and then he built an AI coffee machine instead. Well, scream then. I feel like that's kind of the right option here. Please don't hate me for that.
Now would be the time.
To what?
She did like
Scream. No one will hear you but me.
What? You want me to shout, "Screw you, Avengers! Go back to your
Yes.
tower!"
If it makes you feel better.
I don't usually scream unless people are shooting at me or hurling a fireball at my head, but yeah, just getting the words out is kind of cathartic. You know, maybe this all wouldn't be bothering me so much if they were focusing all their effort on finding Wanda. None of them even mention her, let alone discuss how we're gonna rescue her. Because newsflash, no one plans to, especially Caretaker. She's probably happy she's gone. Ugh, forget I said that. And definitely don't tell Caretaker about any of this. Midnight Sun, Cone of Silence, okay? Good vent. Let's do it again sometime. Later, Hunter.
Later. You had the emo kit meeting.
I never wanted to lead the Midnight Suns, but someone needs to keep our focus on what matters. I'll keep doing it as long as it's needed.
The only one that could have heard you was Ghost Rider. But it's fine. He's my pal. He's not gonna tell anything. Me and Ghost Rider, we go way back. He's working his muscles out. Yeah, I don't think he's really gonna give a fuck.
Any excuse to open those damn things.
Who is a good girl? It is my Charlie girl.
He's gonna become Strange soon. Yeah. Gonna be as buff as Strange soon.
I wouldn't have thought so, but
What?
it's good to hear those bells again after all this time. As hard as Sarah tried to keep you out of the tower, you always found your way back in, just in time to wake her up at the crack of dawn.
Yeah, because I mean, look at this man over here.
A moment, Hunter.
Look at how buff he is. Oh, he needs help. What, do I need a spot for you? You working out?
Hey. Can I
Look
ask
at
a
those
favor?
fucking biceps, man. Holy shit. Dr. Strange pushed with a battered tome in his hands. Found this dusty thing in the library. Considerations of conflict with the restless dead. Is this any good? Cause when a child, Ketchak had read it to me every night. We would all benefit from sharing its knowledge. It's familiar, but I don't recall the name. Perhaps if I read it, I could refresh my memory. Jabbers, a reflection and a gigantic. Yeah, look at that. Oh shit, look at that, man. He's just sitting there. Man, it's so weird. Omega buff Doctor Strange. In his emo kit shirt. Oh, let's do this. I want the ability.
Thanks, Hunter.
Bands of Fire. Ah, yeah, I already have that. I can upgrade it. Hog.
Let's do this.
And KO, draw a card. Ooh.
New and improved.
I know, right? It looks so weird. He's like as buff as Blade. He's wearing his sweater and it's so goddamn chill. I know, it's so odd and weird.
Later.
Why Strange is so fucking buff in this game.
Hello, Hunter.
Why, hello, Hunter.
It's fucking odd, man. It's weird as hell. Hey, Captain Marvel, I have something to tell you.
Hunter? Hunter, just the person I wanted to see. Okay, I'll be honest with you, anyone is the person I want to see right now. At this point, I'd sit down for a tea with Galactus if it meant I didn't have to sift through these gamma
I don't
readings
wanna
for
see
another
you.
second. It's all just starting to blur into one big giant green gamma mess, you know? And my favorite big giant green gamma mess is too busy to help.
Busy with what? That option. Busy with what? What could he possibly be busy with? We'll go through this.
I have seen you harness the power of a sun. I believe you will find a way, Dr. Banner or not.
More of a white hole versus star, but I hear ya.
Oh,
Still,
he's too
just
busy
because a
being
gal can absorb
influenced.
gamma energy doesn't mean she's ready to teach a class on it at Empire State. And it's not just that. I've got a bad feeling about things lately, okay? Particularly when it comes to you and Bruce. I'm what they call a precog. I catch glimpses of the future. No idea why, but I'm sure channeling the power of a mini white hole through your entire body might have a little something to do with it.
What exactly did you see?
Nothing specific. More of an impression. You and Bruce. Your faces. You didn't look good. Is this what Steven goes through?
Apparently Hulk is no more in this universe. Apparently from the way I understand it, they found a way to eliminate the Hulk, so he's just Bruce now. He's just Bruce Banner. Huh? I know what you're going through. The future's not set. You sound afraid. No, what you're going through.
I sometimes catch glimpses too. The past, the future, sometimes a different present.
Well, rang my shades.
Though the source of our visions may differ, you are not alone in this burden.
Forgot I was talking to the Chosen One there for a second. Still, I actually find that somehow comforting. Maybe we can start a Tortured Vision book club or something.
I'm always here if you want to talk about them.
I'm gonna make
I might just take you up on that.
the shirt.
My visions are chaotic at best and very few and far between. Maybe a while before I can make sense of this one. I should get back on task. I think I've ignored these numbers long enough. Talk to you later.
Can we get him in a gamma accident again? You want the Hulk back? Incredible Hulk. Yeah, me too. I thought he would actually be on our team Hulk, but no. Those visions of you not getting enough robot coffee. Imagine, yeah. He's just sleep deprived is all.
You're looking well, Hunter.
Mexican Tony Stark.
I couldn't help but hear some raised voices in the other room. Was wondering if you knew what all the fuss was about. Was there some argument?
Joke. Someone poured the last cup of coffee and didn't make more. And he was angry and he did Avengers. No matter what I do, she's gonna see through it. I'm pretty sure. If I joke, I'm pretty sure she's gonna see through it. Or she's gonna be able to tell I'm joking. And lie? I don't want to sell Nico out. She did, yeah. And she's also supernatural. She's also like, you know, a demon. She's Lilith's sister. She's all aunt. Yeah, she, definitely. So I'm pretty sure no matter what I do, she's gonna be able to tell that I'm lying, not telling the truth. Nico's angry at you, the Avengers. Should we just tell the truth? I'll go with the coffee joke. That's a lie.
I do not know. I did not hear anything that sounded like an argument.
But you were in the common room when the voices were raised.
No, I wasn't.
Are you really trying to make me believe you didn't hear anything?
Yes, I didn't hear anything.
Fine. I can see you're not going to be forthcoming with me. No matter. We have more consequential conflicts to address. As you were, Hunter.
So I knew you wouldn't like that. I knew you were going to be able to tell through my lie. Alright, I think I've done everything. Ready to go? Like being a YouTuber, yes. Being
Honestly,
a YouTuber.
Aside from Carol and Ileana, you're the only real challenge around here.
Lying 24/7. Also, wait, I completely forgot there was a new post on here. Tea, anyone, Magic says. Is it tea time? It's tea time. Are we talking gossip or the drink? Drink. What? Oh, of course Spider-Man said gossip. Rasputin? Yeah, that's apparently her last name. Ileana Rasputin. Oh, God. You were right about what you said with Spider-Man. You have gossip? You have actual tea? Is it bubble tea? No, what's the gossip? Hot dogs sold in the Bronx and made from rats. That's already known. It will not earn you bubble tea. Getting a little rusty. I've been away from the view for too long. Oh my god. He's the biggest mouth in the entire universe. I thought you were over-exaggerating a little bit, to be honest, but no, you were actually 100% serious. Of course Spider-Man said gossip. Fucking Spider-Man. Oh wait, let's go do this challenge thing down here, see what that's about. And sold himself out. A unique tactical challenge is test Hunter's skill in combat. Complete the objective to earn Hunter's Midnight Sunsuit and legendary combat abilities. Destroy the crystals to acquire Blade Stone. Reveal the god there. Infinite card plays. Redraw and move are disabled. Chances fail if there are no more cards to play or the turn ends. So I have to roll this in one go. Samsung on spot the fly. Hey, you shut your bear chat mouth up. God damn. Brutal. Death is not a fan of ads. KO, KO. He isn't nowhere near. If only I could. Well, I mean, I could actually. With this, I could push him over there. I know what I want to do. But I can't push him over there without killing him. Oh. Yeah, okay, wait, can we redo this? I think you see what we're supposed to do here. No, that's a good combo. And now Spotify plays Joji and I'm making you sad. Pepper hands. Wait, but how am I supposed to move this guy over here? I'm pretty sure this doesn't hurt it, right? Yeah, you can't use that. I'm supposed to yeet these guys into the crystal. But I can't really get in a good spot to push them. Use the whisper of memory to destroy the crystal. Yeah. Yeah, it even says that on the top left. I have to use the enemies to destroy the crystal. How the hell? Literally, how? What? No, Pepper hands. The deaf is crying. Hey. Not yeah, who would I use the whip on? I guess the other guy, because this guy you can't really put in a good spot, or can you? Probably should have moved the other guy first. No, he's still on the terrible spot now. They just get absorbed or something. Get sucked back into the eyeball. Oh, wow! What a change of pace. From sad song to one of your favorites. Is one gonna be enough to kill the crystal? I feel like I'm gonna need another one. Can't even reach from here. Wait, but I think we're onto something. EDM remix? Oh. What happens if you end turn? Then it's just over, right? Yeah. Wait, what happened to the cards? Oh, this might be it. If not, if I can get that forceful knockback, we might be able to do it here. What? Okay, no. Well, we'll still be able to do it. Actually, will we? No, I need to do. Then I would have to use this first, and then the forceful knockback. And then hoping one of these enemies is enough to kill the crystal. It is, I think. Perfect. Smooth. Oh, but there is more. Late storm. Oh shit, wait, that's a fucking sick ability. People spoilers. You absolute legend. Thank you, game. Yeah, we just finished the game. You just saw the end right there. Once per encounter, redraw a heroic card to gain concealed. What is concealed? The fuck. Hello there, Mr. Gov. Redraw a heroic card. Hello there, Mr. J. Under passive ability. Hunter hasn't received new passive ability. Passive is very powerful benefit of combat. Acquire additional suits to collect more passives. Then the swap between available passive anytime outside of combat. I want to quote what Mr. Gov said in the Discord. Equipping Hunter passives. Hunter passives can be equipped at any time outside of combat. Any Hunter passive regardless. Wait. Hunter passive can be equipped regardless of the suit the Hunter's wearing. Oh, this right here. A lot of stuff. You sure do, young man. You sure do. Yeah, get rid of that. We have way too many knockbacks as it is. It's the Midnight Sun outfit for my character. Excited. Oh, I can have two different blades. Team Moon Knight. Oh, but this Midnight Sun outfit. I want to quote the thing that you said. Where you were like, oh, I want to see Leo play Ring Fit. And then the thing you said after that. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I quote that. Leo fat is just confirmed. It's just confirmed. This is important to the law. It's just been confirmed. Yes, I do. Wait, get rid of my shades. What's the effect on? This just sounds so funny. To the Leo Cinematic Universe, LCU, man, that the Leo Cinematic Universe is fucking massive at this point. Just look at all the emotes we have. That's a lot going on.
Time's wasting, Hunter. We've got plenty of
Wait,
tricks
what's
for
the
old
upgrade?
dogs. No excuses here.
The upgrade is that it doesn't cost any heroism now.
New and improved.
What the fuck? Why does your character look like a gay prostitute? Excuse me. How dare you say such thing about Jesus?
Hi, Hunter.
What do you? He looks fucking badass. What do you mean? What you saying, Gov? Now I got awfully quiet. I'm taking that as you prefer his normal casual attire instead. Bro has a fucking neck joke. Oh, is that what it meant? Is that the thing that makes it look like a, yeah. That's a gay prostitute. I can't take that off. That's part of the law. I can't take it off. That shirt is so tight. This one? Hey, I mean, it was Ghost Rider that gave it to me. Ghost Rider gave it to me. It's probably his. I mean, there's probably a reason why it doesn't fit. Where is Ghost Rider? Oh, he's chilling at the pool. Look at Ghost Rider. He's not as buff as Jesus.
I don't mind the new roommates. Nice to meet some cool new peeps, like Peter here.
That makes sense. Ghost Rider likes the show. But I mean, I don't want to say that. You're gonna have to figure that out yourself when you play. Why the neck collar is important to the law. Why you can't take it off. Not gonna spoil that. I also thought it looked fucking weird at first. But yeah, it is important to the law. You can't take it off. Now, if you want to see buff, you should see this. Where is he? Oh, he's over here. Now, if you want to see buff, look at Doctor Strange here. Look at how buff this man is. Look at that bicep. Jesus. Man's been hitting the gym.
Salutations.
I don't know if this is a spoiler to say, but his magic doesn't really work that well. So I guess ever since his magic stopped working properly, he's just been hitting the gym.
Farewell.
So you're gonna start a fandom wiki, go for it. There is actually a lot of lore you could add onto the fandom wiki. Like the Brony incident, all the Carl stuff, Steven Seagal music rabbit hole. There's a lot of things. The refrigerator man incident. There's a few things. Leo has too much lore. Maybe. You might be right, because there sure is a lot of lore.
The goddess disagrees.
Because like I said, just
She
look at
believes in our
just look at the emote wheel, and there's a lot. Like the Aiba, the first one, the Naki modes, the ghosted emote, the fucking puzzle time emote. The polar smuck. That's a lot to keep track of. And I thought about that before, like, God, it must be so overwhelming for like a new viewer. If you're brand new, if you've never been here before, that must be so overwhelming the first time you're here. And you go look at the emote wheel and it's just, holy shit, what the fuck is half of this shit? Oh my gosh. What the hell is going on here? 500 cups of Diet Coke soda. Oh, not Diet Coke. It's just that soda. I don't know why I threw Coke in there. Yeah, you can never go wrong with chicken nuggets.
Must not be perturbed.
That all that was down here, key. I guess. Taco waypoint. Have I opened that box? The inverted, they're called a mocha. Evil death. But hey, I don't think you'll get spoiled too much from watching this game. Because I'm pretty sure our playthroughs will most likely be different. With who you talk to and stuff, and who you want to become best buds with. And if you choose to be evil or nice. And stuff like that. What should the fandom be called? Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't Leo Cinematic Universe, doesn't that work? LCU, Leo Cinematic Universe. Doesn't that work? Or does it need a better name? The budget fan? Leo Cinematic Universe. I like that. That sounds funny. You can go with that. Oh, I have already opened that. Copyright infringement. What? Wait, so you can't have... Oh wait, Locker Cinematic Universe. That's already taken. You can't call it Leo Cinematic Universe? That is funny. Otherwise, you could always just call it... Otherwise, you could always just call it LeoXDrb Twitchverse or something. LeoXDrb Twitchverse. Oh, no, I haven't opened this one. Rare whole face prop. Wait, what was that? Armor stand? Oh my god. I can have a full mask. Full-on mask now. I look like a fucking gimp or something with this on. But what address should it have? What, like rep address? Yeah, that works. Yeah, we can go back now. We've been around enough. And fast travel to the house. It's been a while since we found any tarot cards too. Now I can actually see here. The last time we were here was at nighttime. What category will you say you are? Does it have Twitch streamer? Does it have Twitch streamer? Or just streamer in general? As a category? There isn't even an... I was gonna say that too. Entertainer. But there isn't even an entertainment category. Oh. Well then, yeah, just others. Just others then. Unless you see this as an anime, then yeah. I don't know. I see this more as like a comedy show. Not a comedy show, a sitcom. But just go with others. I'm not gonna open that peasant box. Let's go back and do a mission. Oh, you can have additional categories. Oh, fuck. Now we could always add more. Now we can do the main quest. This has to be with Captain Marvel and Hunter. Yeah, let's do that and bring Blade along. Captain Marvel traced Dr. Faustus and board the stolen sanctum artifact to an isolated stretch of the New York harbor. Video game. What is fan on? I don't know what that is. But I guess just video game.
There it is again. That strange gamma energy signature. The green numbers, as Bruce says. The Hydra tech we found is saturated with the same fluorescence.
And what does Dr. Banner have to say about that?
Can't get an answer from him. He's gone off the grid. AWOL. Happens sometimes when he's working something out.
What kind of something?
The really big kind.
Then what now?
We find ourselves another doctor who specializes in creepy gamma science. Just so happens I know of one who recently opened up shop in the area. Of course, he's barking mad.
Faustus.
One and the same.
Well, I suppose you two do have some catching up to do.
Oh, you know. Hydra secrets, dastardly plans, the odd bomb launched in my face.
How soon before we begin the hunt?
Based on the intel we've recovered?
Definitely
Now.
not, yes. Definitely not for little Timmy's. Oh wow. Blade is my highest level in actually Spider-Man. Man. But I don't really count Spider-Man. I guess Spider-Man was already high level when he joined us. This little Bobby and his dog. Yeah, definitely not. The boys are here. And girl.
My old buddy, Dr. Faustus. He'll be thrilled to see us.
It is not hard to detect the sarcasm in your voice.
We're not getting anything from this guy unless we force it out of him.
Let's go. Blade hanging out with his crush on a mission. Can I talk to you?
You must have slipped. Yes?
I can actually.
You'll be heading into New York near the harbor. Faustus is overseeing Hydra operations in the area. There must be something important down there if he's shown up personally. Stay focused and try and keep a low profile. If you think Lilith's forces are corrupted, you don't want to meet the Port Authority.
Hopefully it works. I didn't know it was that easy to make something like that. A fandom.
careful. She will no doubt be very temperamental after such a long journey.
She? Who's she? Oh.
My
Just a
beautiful,
device.
terrible girl will be free of confinement soon enough. Pray to unleash Mother's righteous fury upon her enemies. The weak, the ignorant, the unworthy.
My point exactly.
Well, that certainly looks familiar.
Dark magic. I can feel it. Just like before.
Plus, he's boosted the gamma signature. Must be the new and improved extra evil model.
Ah, yes. Coming soon to a deserted dock near you.
So glad you discovered television.
Whatever this thing is, it's clearly important to Faustus.
And Lilith.
Which means it's worth a closer look.
Way ahead of you there.
The gang's all here. Background image you should have. I don't know, my profile picture. The feels budget man. Oh, Carl. Oh, Steven Seagal. Oh, yeah, maybe just the feels budget man.
We've seen what those charges are capable of. Don't get cocky just because you've got Captain Marvel to fall back on.
No.
Sounds
no,
perfect.
Please, come, examine the device closely.
Now this
I think you'll
calls
find
Zero.
it not so easy to dismiss this time around.
Really wish we could get this clown off our comms.
I'm sure Mr. Stark will get around to it eventually.
Bench. Almost killed that guy. I just need 2 heroism to do that, though. Oh, I could do that.
One more time.
Now I can dump that on him. Yeah. So wait, what is it her binary thing works? How does that work again? Playing cards. Oh, just by playing cards, okay. Well, let's have Blady at the kill.
Come get it.
Even though it's not actually a kill.
I'm on it.
How do you find this budget, man? Just, I believe you can just go to BTTV. Hold on. Oh, okay, you got it. It's fine. I was about to link the page with Loose Budget Man on BTTV. But you got it, so it's perfect. You got it, so we good. Oh, I could do that. Yes. And then knock him into that guy, yes.
You have earned this.
Weak, even for Hydra.
All I can do is heal now. Oh, actually, wait, no, we can't do that. We don't have enough healers, so. All I can do is heal when no one's injured.
the plan. Here it comes.
Wait, that's all he did?
Changing their approach.
Just hold out for support.
When somebody decided in a hero, the next attack will deal a devastating amount of damage to the next attack. Except monster can only be revealed by an area attack. By having an enemy knock into something. You'll do it later. Let me know when you've done it.
Marvel. The others will have
Send me
no
the link,
choice
please.
but to listen. Even that
I would like to
fool
see it.
Crossbones will be forced to acknowledge my greatness. And Mother will be so
My dad.
pleased when I deliver her.
Plus,
your
everyone can
ashes.
edit it, right? Isn't that how it
As
works?
happy as I'll be when I deliver my fist to your face.
Everyone can add stuff to the fandom and whatnot. I gotta check it out later. Okay. All good. You need an account. Yeah, but like once you have an account, it's just you can always just edit stuff on it. You can always change and add things. Wait, what? Oh, he's not close enough. Jesus is gonna take a whole lot of damage. You're not the person who's been here for a while. Yeah, it's all good. I'll probably add some stuff on there too myself. Oh wait, this is a slide. Okay, hold on. Well, in that case, go over here. And then kick this shit at the marksman. Look at that. That was damage and plus 13 damage. So this is gonna do mega damage to this guy.
Get ready.
39, perfect.
It sounds to me like they just missed their mama.
Your mama. Is he still gonna take the shot? Even though he's unrevealed now. Guess we'll find out.
You're lucky to still be breathing.
We serve until the end! No one gets away.
Oh my god, yeah, he still did it. Did 69 damage.
They just don't know when to quit.
He was so famous, he's got a phantom.
My role as your mother's herald was foretold in the sacred pages
Yes,
of the Dark
exactly.
Hunter.
Or more like we just have so much lore. There's so many things now, so many inside jokes. And it's gotten out of hand, we need a fandom to keep track of everything.
Guidedly called Caretaker. Has she told you of your true destiny, Hunter? Do you not wish to know?
Don't know.
I can show you this.
And I can show you the true meaning of hell, parasite.
Such strong words for a champion of the light. No wonder Kazon has taken such interest in your family.
Yeah, because I mean, like I said, there's so many inside jokes and so much lore, and then with all the emotes, I feel so bad when like a new person joins the stream. They're just like so overwhelmed with everything. Like, what the fuck is this? Who's this Carl guy that they have an emote of? And why is there so many Teachman's and Galley emotes? Why do you have so many emotes of this actor, Mash Mickelson? Who's Casper Michael? What is all this? So, you know. That fandom would be quite nice to have. To help new people feel less overwhelmed by everything. Is he within box range? He is not. Well, how do we want to do this? Yeah, I guess we could do that. Well, actually, yeah, we could do that. So, move over here with Captain Marvel. Oh no, he's not close enough to be bumped into his friend. That kind of ruins the plan. Oh well.
Ready up.
Maybe you should teach me that one.
Heal yourself up, Jesus.
Light will heal you.
Just like old
And
times.
doubled up. Well, I guess at least I can do is for a box at someone. At this guy.
Get out of there!
You do not know who I am, do you?
If my device the bonds within you, Captain Marvel, it will most certainly be able to achieve our true target. The risk is worth the reward. I am certain Mother will understand.
But
Yes, my mother is known for her patience and understanding.
Now that's some grade A hero quality sarcasm you got going there.
Even you must have detected the latest modifications to my device, Captain Marvel. I'm afraid you'll find her energy not so easily absorbed this time. No! Please! You cannot fail me!
Odie one.
One.
Others will be done.
Typical.
For Hydra.
what did he say like that? You'll be the most powerful being in the house until your brother wakes up. You'll have all the power. Capture the Hydra item before they flee. Break protection on the agent. Use capture agent, capture the agent. After capturing the agent, defeat enemies remain. Yeah, that sure is a lot of fucking people. I wish I pulled Ghost Rider now.
That's a Roger.
So you could have ran everyone over.
No issues so far.
Gain 1 strength and apply to vulnerable to free random non-minion enemies. Give all heroes 20 block and 1 counter. Well, all I can do is buff Blade and heal. These really aren't really helpful.
Even the best can get better.
What does that say? Please pay inside before pumping. Oh wait, that's godlike. Chain free? Omega damage right here.
No.
I think they can arrest you for that in New York, Blade.
She's the most spoiled. Death is the most spoiled. Gets all the souls. I could do... Doing this would do more damage. But I do also want to blow all this shit up. Guess I could do this then and heal myself up. Yeah. Hey, held it, Farron. How's it going, good sir? Oh, that blew both of them up. Perfect. Oh, True Hell switched to the CX one. Jesus. Yeah, I saw that before I started the stream. It's a fucking slaughter. Oh, Switzerland, man. And somehow Spain lost. I can't believe that one. Hey, Captain Marvel, get over here.
Not a problem.
I don't know, it seems all over the place because Morocco won over Spain. That is what? What happened? What? Huh? It's a strange one. It's a strange World Cup this year.
Something is wrong.
He's dazed and confused.
Someone call for reinforcements?
Portugal, Morocco. I feel like that's gonna be another slaughter.
What? No great speeches, no musings from the Dark Book. Is the great Dr. Faustus at a loss for words?
Guessing the Darkhold doesn't have any spells for boosting your cardio.
So he's
Let's
out
grab
of
this turkey
ref.
before he makes it to the transport.
Super Saiyan.
I feel great.
Wait, this box is perfectly positioned. For a good old kick. This does more damage and it costs one less. So I heal myself up.
In the light. That is mine.
It's gonna be so funny if Morocco actually makes it all the way to the final. Kind of hoping for that actually. That would be interesting. The next, I don't have an attack guy for him though. Swipe typing. I don't even know what swipe typing is. Hey Blade, get over here. I need you to kick this box. Oh no, he doesn't kick that. He jumps over that. Oh well, that still works though. That's why it cost one less.
Now's our chance. Take Faustus into custody before he can regain
First
his
protection on
bearings.
Dr. Fast is broken. Use the capturing catch to seize them. Well, I'll do it with my own character. Hey, man. You like my shades? of Jesus, by the way.
Hydra won't let us take him so easily, though. Stay alert.
Oh my god, even more bad guys. Wait, we can blow up that explosive barrel. Hydra's been captured. Defeat the remaining to complete the mission.
We need to take care of the rest of these thugs. Don't hold back.
Can I blow up the barrel? I can't. If all heroes already block in one counter. Yeah, that's probably going to be really handy now. How many fucking enemies are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Woof. Well, here we go.
Forever in service.
The counter. Oh my god, the counter is gonna kill everyone.
Same mistake twice.
The counter is carrying. Every time they attack us, we get one move attack back. Look at this shit, they get wrecked. It's almost like an actual battle now. Oh my god. What is he doing? He's self-destructing.
The damage from that infernal reap must have caused an error in the arming sequence. I know my adjustments should have tripled the disruptor's yield. The next time you will not be so fortunate.
Aw, it's almost cute how you think there'll be a next time.
I don't have it knocked back now. Netherlands versus Brazil. It's Netherlands versus Argentina first. I can see Netherlands win over Argentina. I can see them make that happen. I could kick this bog over all of them, so it's that. Oh no, I can only get 2 of them with it. Oh, well, that's still okay. Actually, I could only get 1 of them. Oh, I could get those 2. Yeah, go for that.
Let's do it.
You're hoping it's gonna be Netherlands in the finals. And then Netherlands wins. That would be quite cool. And that would probably be so devastating for England.
Now that was something.
If they lost the final in the World Cup. And they lost the final in the World Cup and in the European Cup. If that were to happen. Oh. No, it still doesn't reach that guy though. Well, it's fine.
Was that truly your best?
Well, I can't move Blade because I already moved Captain Marvel. Unfortunate. Oh, unless... No, I pressed the wrong button.
have your orders. Don't let them get so close to me.
There's that Hydra loyalty and great.
It's convenient for a person with only one-handed type. Sounds pretty nice, yeah. Drag your finger. How does it know? How does it know what you want to type, though? Interesting. Advanced technology.
No change in plans?
This shall be of great help.
I can't kill this guy this turn. What a damn shame. Well. Now we can kill
It'll
him.
all be over soon.
Why isn't my transport ready? I said now, damn you!
Do I need to spell it out for you? You're finished.
Smooth. Wait, what?
No! I'm still here, you idiots!
Truly not your day, is it?
You think you scare me? I, who serves at the right hand of the Demon Mother, who hears the whispers of the Dark God Chthon,
who was chosen to learn his secrets in the one true tome of creation.
Do you really think I could be afraid of you?
Yeah.
What? You want to know?
Everything.
He sounds so defeated. Wait, what? What happened? Oh. Man got erased.
Crossbones.
Crossbones always hits the target. Often misses the bullet.
Hydra's Black Ops division. You should see the file Steve's got on the guy.
Faustus must have outlived his usefulness to Hydra. And sadly, us.
Crossbones.
Perhaps not. If decades of fighting the undead have taught me one thing, there's always an answer. Provided you dig deep enough.
Has a wallet.
Nice. Let's get that back to the Abbey. Only maybe wipe it down with a napkin first.
Dirty. Crossbones. Is that a Spider-Man villain? Can she survive a Faustic bargain? So the debate rate went crazy for a little bit, but it should be okay now. Yeah, it should be okay. Research progress, friendship. Oh, that's also the only other way to level up your friendship with Blade. Just go on missions with him. Magic. I was expecting Nico here.
Yes, hello.
Let me guess. Could not sleep. Starting to become a common theme here.
It was not always the case. The Abbey was once a different place. I was happy here once.
Now that is something I would like to see.
I suppose I have earned that. I have been extra me lately, as Nico says. It is just that for so many nights now, every time I close my eyes, all I see is Wanda, drowning within darkness, calling to me. I do not think I will ever sleep again. Not until we find her.
You're grieving. That's perfectly natural. Try and take your mind off things. Then you must listen to her. I mean, this is like the normal nice option to go with, but I don't know if she's gonna like that. I don't know if Magic would appreciate that. Go with this. Then you must listen to her.
Lately, I have come to believe there are no such things as mere dreams.
I knew you would understand.
Do you like the...
What do you think Wanda is trying to say to you?
That she's still alive, waiting for us to pull her from your mother's arms, bring her back into the light. Like me, you also have a connection to the darkness, Hunter. Don't you also hear it calling out to you in your dreams sometimes? Whispering secret things, dark things.
I refuse to listen. Yes, Lilith speaks to me through my dreams. I mean, that is true.
Yes. My mother, she visits me in my dreams.
I know. I have heard you call to her in your sleep. I simply did not expect you to be so... honest.
I know she is trying to manipulate me, but there are times when I feel a longing within her emptiness that is difficult to ignore.
The others would not understand. Do not worry. Your secret is safe with me. Well, I guess I should get back to not sleeping and let you get some rest.
No, no rest.
Sweet dreams, Hunter.
I think, because we're having emo kid meeting. Wait, Mexican Iron Man wants to talk to me? Oh no, what did you want?
We stole their thunder and their morale.
And glass? What's this? Oh, it's just a picture. Wait, she's over here now.
Hunter, hello. Need something, dear?
Need money. Need glass to buy more outfits for my friends.
How's it going?
Ghost Rider.
Good girl, Charlie.
Mexican Iron Man, what do you want?
Hey there, Hunter. You have a minute to spare? Because this misery sure would like some company.
What is troubling you, Tony?
Oh, I don't know. Pick your poison. I'm living in the Amity Horror House. My roommate is depressed. Oh, and I have a roommate and not my own executive suite at the nearest resort. The espresso machine is broken. The world is turning into the cover of a 90s metal album. And the big guy, well, he's not answering his phone. So you tell me, Hunter, what's not to be troubled about?
I'll look into getting the espresso machine fixed. Out of all of the things he said, we'll get... I mean, that's probably going to make him happy, to be honest.
Someone should look into getting that espresso machine fixed at once.
That would make my life more tolerable, but the life I'm actually concerned about is the not-so-jolly Green Giant. Banner isn't known to be the most emotionally stable, and when the pressure ramps up, well, let's just say he doesn't have the kind of nervous breakdown that results in basket weaving and a week-long yoga retreat. Things get messy. Not being able to see how he's holding up is proving a challenge.
One we must endure for the time being.
Thanks for the talk.
Anytime, Tony.
Oh, there she is. She's with Spider-Man.
It's good to punch Hydra in the face, but they feel like a red herring. Okay, a black and red herring, but still.
All this excitement has really got me thinking about forming a team of my own. Spider-Man and his astonishing pals. His stupendous companions. I'm circling it, I know.
Is that all? Tony just wanted to talk with us? And that we can go to sleep?
What's good?
There was no emo kit meeting. $100 a piece in the dark tome. I don't like spending time in there, but a poster remains into the ground on which it sits. Perhaps this is enough. Wait, is it talking about that place I was in? Where we found the Keen key. I mean, you open the door, get the key. What else is that down here? Using that power broke the audio. I don't think there is anything else. What was this way? Oh. Let's see. That wall they can't take down.
The goddess disagrees. I need to find the next moon seal. I need to find the next moon seal.
Now, what exactly is that again? I guess that would be on the quest items. I have a wand and all this stuff. Like, what do you use this for? I already have a knife. A common and a rare knife. Wait, just boost again? Oh, well, open it. Legendary head prop. And a new color scheme. What? I can have fucking horns. I can be a goat. I like my bandana. I can't have pink horns. Yo, I want to be a Ninja Turtle. That's fucking expensive though. I don't remember how we got the first door open. I guess... Wait. The thing I was able to find is this.
Must not be her purview.
Jesus Christ. Get down. Literally, Jesus Christ, get down. Ain't nothing here. I don't know yet. I'm not too sure how what I'm supposed to do. Oh, well, I know what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to go to sleep, but here in the Abbey, or like the world. Does that know when I'm supposed to find this moon seal? Right, so that was over there. Floodgate. Is this the first thing we opened? Where am I now? Now I'm at me and Ghost Rider's fishing spot. I think that's where we fish. Ghost Rider's garage. Kitty?
Aw, who is a good kitty?
Yo, I unlocked free compliments? Pog.
You are a cute little shapeshifter, are you not?
Well, I don't think we can compliment Ghost Rider yet. No, and Nico is the last one I complimented, so... I guess I'll give Blade a compliment. Even though he's probably gonna be like, what the fuck, man? Feels weird, man. What are you doing? Why are you complimenting me? Yeah, I don't know.
Who is a good girl? It is my Charlie girl.
Nothing like taking in the New York skyline after driving Hydra back into hiding.
Your name fits you well. I have never met anyone so sharp.
I don't take compliments well, but I also won't stop you.
Tuh, had a feeling. You weren't gonna be a fan of the compliment, but there you go.
Why, hello, Hunter.
Yeah, compliment magic. Oh, I can't? Oh. Because you can't compliment back to back, and yeah, I guess that's it. I would just sleep. Oh god, we're in the flashbang zone again. The flashbang area. With Lilith.
Found your way back to me.
Oh.
This is my dream. You came to me.
Are you sure about that? This new world suits you well. You look strong.
You like my shades, Mom?
What is it you want?
And my shirt?
To love you. To be there for you as a mother should.
You don't know how to love. You have fun away showing it. Instead, down already. That's pretty mean to say. But Why is the mean option the positive option? Huh? Funny way of showing it.
You killed nearly everyone I have ever known. Raised an army against me. Left me to rot in that cold crypt for centuries.
Is that what my sister told you? She's the real queen of lies, you know. Everything I have done, everything I do, everything I will do is for you, child. Always for you. Can you honestly say the same about Sarah? Surrounding you with heroes who will gladly return you to your grave after you've exceeded your use.
Wait! Not this again!
Poor child. How did you end up so alone?
She's got a point, you know. She's got a point, you know.
Another dream.
What?
This cannot be a coincidence.
Private message from Blade? What does Blade want? Blade sliding into those DMs. And one from Nico. What's Blade have to say? You know what, Hana? Yeah, we need to talk privately. Let me know when you have time. Blade is starting to like us. He doesn't hate me anymore. He's finally over the terrible joke I told him in the beginning of the game that he didn't like. Hey Hana, Robbie has Magic's gift covered. The next person you need to ask is Blade. What? How convenient. It's him that I'm meeting up with. Can't put up decorations too early or Magic will see him. But she's fast. They can get him ready while I steer here clear the common room. I'll talk to Blade. Is this gonna fuck anything up? You know what? I want to save. Because they both require talking to Blade, so I want to save before that happens. Just in case. I guess we'll accept the Blade thing first. I can talk.
Been watching the way you handle yourself out there, Hunter. You're not bad. I was thinking maybe it's time you and I compare moves.
Moves? As in combat?
More like a friendly competition.
Joke. Friendly, yeah, right? He doesn't like jokes. He hates them. Interesting, I'm in.
A friendly competition, you say?
Well, recently resurrected teammate competition has less of a ring to it.
The feeling is mutual, Blade.
He made a joke. What?
How about we just fight already?
Before we begin, is there anything else I should know?
Yeah, anything goes. Just don't touch the shades. Now, you want to say it or me?
Just don't touch the shades.
Say what?
Ding ding.
But he's being funny now. What? I leveled up my friendship with Blade? That is fucking unexpected. The last one I would have expected to level my friendship up with. Wait, gift shop? Wait, what? I don't like the gift shop? Pog. Gift shop is now open. Visit the gift shop in the common room to purchase gift for heroes. Getting gifts during hangouts can you earn greater friendship rewards. And they got a different color scheme for him. That's fucking terrible. That's a fucking terrible color scheme. Why does everyone have night outfits? What is this obsession with night outfits for these heroes? Well, now we gotta respond to Nico. I'll talk to Blade. Talk to Blade about Magic's body. Wait, Ghost Rider?
Hey, Hunter. Got a minute to talk?
Ghost Rider wants
Hello,
help.
my sweet girl.
A pal, buddy, wants to talk. Where's the gift shop? Hell, oh. Game told me there is a gift shop in the common room. Well, what's up, Ghost Rider?
What is on your mind, Robbie?
Fear, anxiety, doubt, you know, a bunch of feel-good thoughts and feelings about where this team is headed.
Why is that?
Wanda is gone. And all calls to Banner are going straight to voicemail. Everyone's on edge about it, and that puts me on edge, you know?
Where to? We should be on edge. Try to think positively. Try to think positively. You're saying that the Ghost Rider. The spirit of vengeance.
Try not to worry too much, Robbie.
Kinda hard not to. Worrying is like Sparky's full-time job. You know, I can't help thinking. The Avengers are so preoccupied with reaching Banner. But I bet no one would notice if I like took off and joined Hydra or just, I don't know.
I would
disappeared.
notice. Wait, that's actually the first option. Oh my god. Yeah, I would notice. Fucking, I would notice my best pal missing. Ghost Rider.
Robbie, everyone here would notice, including me.
I'm not so
No,
sure.
you
about
liked
that.
it.
I am. If you were to fall off the map, I would toil day and night to find you.
Yeah. I guess you are pretty stand-up that way.
I try.
Well, I guess I should go find Peter. See if he wants to chill. Might take my mind off things, you know?
No, let's chill.
That is a good idea.
Let's us chill.
See you around.
And go fishing together. He even needs help. You need help with.
Hey, can I ask a favor?
That should be out there. I can help. Accepting this request will grant a combat marshal Robbie. Next mission. He wants you to bring him on the next mission? Sure. I mean, I plan on doing that anyways, but now I get a bonus out of it. Sweet.
Thanks, Hunter.
Then before I don't do it, and he's just gonna fucking hate me. It's Spider-Man.
Oh, hey.
Why can you compliment Spider-Man?
The strange webs you shoot are fascinating.
Are you trying to inflate my ego? Because it's working.
Welcome, Spidey. What do you need help with?
Hey, can I ask a favor?
Venom has done his share of messed up stuff, but never anything like this. I know Eddie's still in there somewhere. That has to be something I could do. All is not less, Peter. If there's a way to save your friend, we'll find it. Out there, a moment of hesitation could be fatal. If Venom showed to Lilith, we may have no choice but to put him down. You know, all is not less, Peter. If there's a way to save your friend, we'll find it.
Thanks, Hunter.
Problem.
I never wanted to lead the Midnight Suns, but someone needs to keep our focus on what matters. I'll keep doing it as long as it's needed.
Marvel wants to talk
I
to.
realize this isn't a formal military organization like Hydra, but when it comes to the recent behavior of Nico and Magic, the word insubordination comes to mind.
Wanda is their friend. I'd be more concerned if they weren't unhappy with the situation.
Then you agree with them? With their approach?
I might have done the same. Like you said, this isn't the military. You can give orders, but at the end of the day, we're all going along with you because we believe in what you're saying, not because of some title. Especially one like caretaker.
I'm not sure how to take that, but I hear what you're saying, Blade.
Good, because I'm not about to play drill sergeant around here.
Sure. Running in the military camp. Tome of the Hunter.
You feeling all right?
Fighting prophecy is futile. Because fanatics...
Oh, let's go do our usual stuff with the gamma coils and whatnot. What are you doing?
I've been told Stark Enterprises can be a toxic workplace.
Mexican Iron Man admiring the cape.
A successful collaboration.
Earn EXP in training combat.
Give me a sec. Okay, what's up? These should definitely give you an edge.
Bring it on. Taunt each enemy in an area. Gain 1 count. Damage an enemy a cure. The hunger. Apply 2 might to every enemy with bleed. Yo, what? Yo, what? That sounds sick. Gain 1 counter. I want to get these 2. Guess I should get this. I mean, yeah. Let's see what this is all about. Book at the Vashanti. Vashanti? Ability cards are available. Collect blueprints and bring them to the Forge to craft additional copies of hero ability cards, which can be equipped by heroes used for upgrades.
A task for us?
Doctor Strange and his eye can work together to craft additional copies of any pre-campaign hero card. Crafting the ability cards a blueprint at the corresponding rarity.
Alright, here's the plan. I'll hit this thing with the big hammer, and you transform it into something useful.
That's all I can expect of your contribution, then? No materials analysis, no tactical projections, nothing?
Nope. I'm feeling hands-on today.
So I can create another Hell Rider.
You do your thing, though.
Finally upgrade that.
This is why I despise...
Use the blueprint change for salvage, a higher rarity, craft, a higher rarity. That's the rare blue salvage.
The Forge is a powerful tool.
I forgot what that does. I want to go see what it does first.
Send it my way.
War room upgrade available. Where is the book? There. I want to go see what that Hell Rider upgrade even did to begin with. I think it made it cheaper.
Practice makes perfect.
There's requirements. Research projects undertaken in the Forge often have specific requirements for different use. Choosing which abilities to upgrade in the yard. Heroes send an orb in the war room missions to take your table. Wait, what? Why is this important? Why is this important? Environmental attacks and this target deal 50% increased damage. Eh. I want to see what this Hell Rider thing did.
Not everyone wants my advice, but they're gonna get it either way.
It made it do more damage. Yes. I want that. Oh, wait, this is the gift shop. Give a gift to a hero after hanging out to receive a bonus in friendship. Some gifts are best suited for particular heroes. Music box, the little girl stream. Serious edition of the Dazzle Classic by Lot by All. What the fuck? Who the fuck would like a music box? I mean, I'll get it. The only one I can think of is Nico. on each enemy in an area. Yes. Oh, and then there was just a duplicate, wasn't it, for Spider-Man? Yeah. Wait, okay. Let's go down, I guess, and make the Hellrider cut.
Allow us to assist you.
Yes.
Not exactly an infinity
Box of
stone,
scraps.
I presume.
Now we can buff the Hellrider so it does more
Happy to
damage.
help, Hunter.
Time's wasting, Hunter. The fire burns brighter.
Prone optics deal increased damage in combat.
Caretaker said I need to be a team player. So I guess I'm letting you choose for me too.
I'll probably start discarding some more of my cards, but it's fine. Can I turn back Ghost Rider? No, actually not. Before I do anything, let's go see what who we're even bringing on the next mission. Oh, I just need to talk to Blade about the birthday thing. Where the fuck is Blade? Is he still in here?
Hunter.
Blade, can we speak in private?
Is it about the chore wheel? Because I'm not swapping.
No, it is not about that.
Something more cool.
Good. Everyone knows how I feel about dish duty.
Nico needs help prepping for a magic surprise party.
No. Hell no.
What?
I thought you were close with magic.
I am. That's why I won't do it. I told Nico, and I'll tell you. Magic skims the last chapter of a mystery before starting the book. The woman does not like surprises.
Do you know why she dislikes surprises?
Does she need a reason? That's how she is.
If you want to help Nico, who will? Should I warn him?
It sounds like she would want to know about the party.
Might not go over well with Nico, but Magic would appreciate it. That's your call.
Nah, I trust Nico. It's fine. If you want to help, who will?
Is there anyone else who could help prep for the party?
Outside the Midnight Suns, that Parker kid has way too much energy. May as well put it to good use.
Thanks, Blade.
For what? Kid's annoying. You'd be doing me a favor by keeping him off my back.
Sure.
Do half vampires need sunblock? Can your fangs drain a cream-filled cake? If we bite each other, would we have the same powers?
What the fuck?
It never ends.
He just don't like Spider-Man. Well, now we need to talk about Peter. Talk to Peter about the party. Where is he now? Oh, he's training. Well, we have to interrupt him. Oh. Wait, I can actually tell Magic about it. I don't want to do that, though.
Do you have time to speak in private?
Are you firing me? Am I getting fired?
No.
Yes.
Why would you ask that?
I don't know. I panicked. Sure. Let's talk.
Nico needs help prepping for Magic surprise party.
Really? She asked for me?
No, not directly. Yes. No, he's gonna be so devastated if I say that. Let's just say not directly.
Her hands are full, so I am delegating.
Sure.
Yeah,
I'm
he
the
still
new
liked
guy.
it.
I get it. How can I pitch in?
She needs help decorating the party room.
I can tape balloons to the ceiling while standing on it. I am so in.
Well, that was easy. I can tell Magic about it. I don't know if I want to do that though. So what else do we have? New Intel cache. Oh, we got Intel. Oh shit, we haven't decrypted that in like a million years.
If you got a minute, Hunter, I'd like to check in.
In a bit. Okay, so upgrades not available for the constructing in the wall room. Build wall room upgrades to enhance the rewards. Strike terminal. Hydra enemies have a chance to become available for integration with KO combat. Oh.
Now we're getting somewhere.
What even happened? Did we upgrade the desk? I have 2 monies
What's
now.
the latest intel? Okay, Central. Work your magic. This stuff is actionable. Let's shut it down.
Hero ops available. Who is this for? Oh, so that's how you get the hero ops. By doing the stuff. That's how doing the things. The intel. Miss Marvel send us a request for assistance. An entire high school class is missing from prom, but not in a they all ditch prom kind of way. I arrived late to prom
If I
patrol.
had time, I'd take care of these myself. But I have been accused of hogging the ball before.
What? And the place was empty except for one girl hiding. She said 1 second everyone was having fun, and the next they all mash out like robots. Need some backup because this is super weird. Hero level too low. Oh right, they need to be level 5. Well, I don't know who I need for the next mission. Let's send magic to help.
I will do as you wish.
The birthday girl.
Put a priority on bringing me some more intel caches.
Intel is required to set heroes and it can be obtained by bringing intel cache. Oh. Oh right, okay, see. That's what the intel's for again, I forgot.
Bye.
Let's see, what do you
I
want?
trust your analysis of that gamma bullet is going smoothly.
It's going, but I'm not.
Oh?
I was this close to getting Faustus to spill his guts. This close. Then friggin' poof! Crossbones turns his ass to ash with his magic bullet. Our forces are strained enough trying to keep up with Hydra. We could have used his intel.
Faustus would never have told. Crossbones gave him a gift? We will prevail anyway.
We will prevail without whatever Hydra's secrets Faustus had tucked away in his head.
Well, we don't really have a choice now, do we?
That
God,
as well.
I would have loved to have had the chance to interrogate that bastard. I had been waiting so long to get some one-on-one skull-pounding time with him. What a waste. Speaking of crushing Hydra skulls, I'm pretty sure Caretaker is waiting for you at the table with another mission. Let me know if you want me to join on whatever errand she sends you on. I could use some demon-pounding time, release some of the pent-up aggression I was saving for Faustus.
I will let you know, Captain.
Carol. Call me Carol.
Okay, Carol. Where's a Ghost Rider? I want to give Ghost Rider a compliment.
I need to get out there and crack some skulls, Hunter.
Hello? It won't let me compliment Ghost
I will
Rider.
see if I can find you a treat later.
Hopefully this doesn't completely ruin it.
We need to talk.
Yes?
I need to tell you about the party. I shouldn't tell you about this. We need to talk. Oh wait, no, never mind. On second thought, I shouldn't tell you about this. She's gonna find that so omega sus. Oh well.
Nothing. Never mind.
Okay.
It's fine. You'll be surprised. I don't want to tell you about the party. I don't want to ruin it for Nico. Nico's taking the fall if this happens. If she doesn't like it. Well, yeah, I guess we'll go on to the next one. Actually, no, we need to see who it is first. Oh, it's just me, the best there is. Okay, well then who do we want to bring, and then we'll just quickly go train with them. Oh, it's gonna cost 17 credit. Oh, I can't do it. I'm too poor. No daily sparing. We are really low on shit. Maybe we should. Well, we are gonna get money from this either way. Yes, let's go. Best there is. We need Ghost Rider. Spider-Man is still out for one more day. I guess we'll bring Blade again. I do kind of want to bring Nico though. I'm gonna use her some more. But now we'll go with the trio. Jesus, Ghost Rider, and Blade. Do you have anything to say? Thank you.
As if the people of New York didn't have enough problems, scattered reports of Hydra activity are coming in from across the 5 boroughs. We'll head to the highest concentration first and take it from there.
The gang's here, the boys. Jesus, Ghost Rider and Blade.
Show no mercy.
That is the way.
I don't have a single Ghost Rider card, excuse. Is it too soon to do this? Nah. Oh, wait, I thought you were a minion.
Hail that!
These are more quick moves. Yeah.
Get ready. It's weirdos like these that give people like us a bad reputation.
Then do Omega damage to this. Wait. Enemy reaction. Damages melee attackers when Pollock is greater than 0. Oh. Well, the attack that I'm using is a lifesteal. So what's gonna... Is the lifesteal gonna happen before the damage, or is the damage gonna happen first and then the lifesteal? I mean, I guess we'll see.
I know how hard you resist the temptation.
I guess the damage happened first. It didn't do a whole lot though, so it's fine.
I am afraid you might not make it back from this one.
And then we shoot him, and then throw the box at him.
These fanatics are always the same.
Oh my god, he is so close to death. 6 HP, you lucky motherfucker. There's no way we can. Is there? Does that get both of them? No. Unfortunately not. But I can kill one of them. Yeah. Main came back in the map. Just fall down. But enemies available for interrogation. Some enemies can be targeted and KO'd. Interrogation must happen quickly, but can create powerful rewards.
Hi, I'm Carl, and we're going to talk about how to
just like Carl. Hello,
kick
Carl.
open a door, right? But you want to get your foot as close to the center, right there. Pick your site where you want to put your foot. Kick that puppy open.
Piece of cake. There is a downed guy. That guy that can be interrogated. Well, I have to do that next turn.
Lilith would be embarrassed by your weakness.
Easy. Of course, it's Ghost Rider they always go for. Ghost Rider. That always gets dazed and confused.
Over the years, Lilith's disciples have come in many forms.
Oh. Oh shit.
Så er den givet barberet relikvier.
Wait, okay. Wait, I was so confused for a second. Why it said like cleaver. So you actually put that there? It's like, wait, what? I didn't see that. The cleaver, not the cleaver. I still can't get over that's a Danish word for relics. It sounds so advanced and I can barely pronounce it properly. The cleaver. Yeah, this is a free card to play. Yes.
Time to I'm on it.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, that was something.
But they thank you like you appreciate it. 54 months with the Danish passport. 54 months of being a Danish citizen. 54 months for the cleaver. And shaving the goat. Appreciated by good sir. Can I have Ghost Rider interrogate them? Let's see, what does it look like?
I see what you were hiding.
Oh my god. Honka shake. He just looked at him. And he gave up the intel. Wait. Oh no, I only have one more card play. Only, well, actually 2 people are targeting Ghost Rider. But we can do this. Six more months and you're pretty sure you become the Prime Minister. Didn't work. You think that's how the government works? Yeah, I mean, yeah. You got it right. That's how the Danish government works right here. 6 more months, then you'll be in 60 months. Then you're eligible to become the Danish Prime Minister. Damn right. I'll just show you how it works. 60 months. How long is that? Is that like 5 years or something? Wait, if I kill this guy now, there's no one that can hurt Ghost Rider. Yeah, do that.
Your fate is sealed.
Perfect.
Even for Hydra.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Come back.
It was your time.
It is 5 years. Holy shit, that is a long fucking time. 5 years. 5 years of being a Danish citizen. And well, and a whole lot of other stuff. Like Steven Seagal and Carl.
That's not supposed to hurt.
Just look at the emote wheel.
That was your
And you'll find your whole history of the past 5 years.
Souls come for judgment.
Oh my god, there's just 100 fucking damage. Ah, you can get a double kill. Yeah, but shouldn't I do it like that instead, though? Yeah.
Your time has come.
I suppose it's something.
I mean, we could kill these two. It's gonna discard a random card, though. So let's heal someone before that we do that.
Walk in the light. Let us see if they have an answer to this.
Still don't understand how this works. Oh, it's just the next attack card I play is not discarded.
You doom yourself by association.
Another interrogation. Fortunately, I'm out of cop, please.
Lucky shot. You'll need all the help you can get.
Well, Ghost Rider, do your thing. Go interrogate this guy.
I will see the truth.
Yo, he gave me a gamma coil? Nice.
You asked for it. I remember.
We've done it. Excellent work.
Oh, he could also be interrogated. Yeah, Ghost Rider, he's going full on
For
cab.
every one of these sites we take out, it seems like 2 more appear in their place.
Tell me where your enemies are. Give me wall hacks.
I've hunted an actual Hydra. That was easier.
Easier than this. I live up to my name, too.
Sabertooth, second best there is at what he does. Who is this guy?
Hell of a price Crossbones put on your head. Runt.
Is he also a Spider-Man villain?
He never said it had to stay attached to your body. Well, too bad for you. Big words.
Wolverine? The best there is what he does. Oh, I guess he's a Wolverine villain.
You got one thing right today, Sabretooth. Heads are definitely about to roll.
Oh, look. Another mangy stray.
Holy shit, what a kick.
You smell wrong.
Oh, sorry.
To him?
I haven't showered in a few months.
Now I get to kill 2 runts with 1 claw. Maybe I should be paying Hydra.
Oh, he's an X-Men? The Sabretooth guy? I see. That explains why I don't know who he is. I mainly just know stuff about Spider-Man. That's what I've said with every villain so far. Like, if I don't know where they're from, I'm just like, oh, is he a Spider-Man villain? Sabretooth won't wait until the enemy turn to launch his attack. Move quickly. Oh. So he's like... Fuck, I forgot what they were called in XCOM. Those... That enemy that moved every time you moved. The, like, Viper Queen. In the Berserker thing.
That animal down before he can hurt anyone else.
Who you calling an animal, lady?
Check your ears, Creed. She didn't stutter.
Draw 2 Wolverine cards in lifesteal in 1 turn. Oh, they are apparently enemies. Sabretooth and Wolverine. Oh, wow. I had absolutely no idea. I've never seen this guy before. Yes, play this. Who are we even gonna go for? I guess the big guy.
Let us see if they have an answer for this.
What a time to level up. Is he not gonna move? Do it again.
Now I'm angry.
Spins here.
Now Wolverine is dazed and confused. You don't know like half of the people in the X-Men world are, yeah? Me too. Same here. Cause yeah, there was like a million random people. That's a lot to keep track of. All I know is that Wolverine, he's an X-Men, and that's it. And then that blue monkey or whatever he is. Apparently that lady in this game too called Magic, she's also an X-Men apparently. Yeah, I had no idea. The blue monkey. Yeah, the blue monkey. That's what he is, right? He's a blue monkey and he has like glasses. Oh, is that what he's called? He's called Beast? Exactly, yeah, the fancy guy. He's always so fancy. And he's a 5-hit. Yeah, he's always reading. Exactly. That him, exactly. Ah, he's just called Beast. He's simply just called Beast. Yeah, those are like the only two that I know from X-Men. Beast and Wolverine. He is out of reach. Hold on, you can't do it like that. And then that. Oh, you can. And then go over here. Holy shit. Wrecked.
You call this a wound?
Even more wrecked. He got smacked up against the car. Well, I have to end my turn.
I was hoping for a challenge, but I should have known better.
Hopefully there's no reinforcements.
You had your chance. We'll have to do better than that.
Fuck.
Got some more flunkies coming in.
This one has the stink of death on it.
Hero.
Past filled with the suffering of innocent victims.
Wait, can we actually do that? Oh, we can. We can do this turn. Perhaps. We can, yeah. Jesus.
You want it done right, you gotta do it yourself.
A lot of them are targeting Wolverine. God damn. No, it doesn't reach over there. It only does 8 damage.
Barely a scratch.
Don't kill him. And that only did 7? What? Okay. I feel like that should have done more. Hey, we can do the Omega combo. 106 damage. That's wait, he has 106 health? Oh my god, how fucking convenient. Wow. The car does 106 and he has 106 health. Well, let's do it. How awfully convenient.
Told you it would work out.
Oh, time to get blasted by the minions. Wait, do I have any cheese? 1 free move, draw 2 cards? Nah. No cheese that would be able to help.
Well, Granny, hit harder than that.
Does someone feel a breeze?
Reinforcements inbound.
Oh god, he's back.
Wolverine may be terse, but at least he is not a cold-blooded killer.
Well, we could get 3 of them out here. And also get some health.
Hope you're ready. You aren't good enough for me.
I should have hit this guy. Hey, I was not enough to kill him. Although that actually might be okay. I think he's gonna move now, though.
I fear the servants of Lilith. Now I teach them.
No, now I'm dazed and confused. Fuck, wait, that's not good. That ruined everything, because I was gonna do this. God damn it. Oh well. You ruined everything. What is this? It is a slide, okay. I can't stand here, can I? What happens if I click X? No, because he's gonna move with that. That does 20. What is that? Wait. But there's no way I can line this up. This guy's in the way. I have to do it here. If I want to kick this thing. But maybe I should just wait and save it. So we can save up for here or some. Do the blade storm. Yeah. Yeah. And then hopefully not die next turn.
Once I'm done here, maybe I'll visit that little castle of yours.
Please don't kill anyone. Ow. Ow, you killed him.
We've spotted enemy reinforcements.
That's fine. He can, I know he can regen, that's fine.
It is a shame you chose to waste your talents chasing the highest bidder.
You sure can. There's even a card here. I just have to use my stuff on it. My heroism points. Kinda sucks. Oh well. Get back up, Wolverine.
Now for something real special.
Imagine if he got knocked down again. Right after getting up. This is not looking too good if I'm honest. Heal Wolverine. Wait. No, I should probably heal myself, because everyone is targeting me.
Hold the light's gift. Welcome assistance.
Guess it'd probably be a good idea to kick this. Just so I don't take too much damage. Yeah. Now it's only the saber-tooth guy and him. Do your worst.
You're not good enough for me, but I think you already knew that.
Hey, he didn't get dazed and confused.
So, is he some sort of werewolf?
What the fuck? Jesus Christ. How much health does he have? Oh my god, he has 149 health. Help me. Why does he have so much health? Wait, what did this card do again? Look at this. We need the life steal.
Just what Now it's
Jesus Christ. And now he's dazed. Fuck. I can't. Fuck. I can't do anything now. Well, I could discard a card, but I think we're okay. There's no need to discard it.
At least Logan can heal. How do you expect to keep up?
for help. It is a shame you chose to waste your talents chasing the highest bidder. You did not have to end up this way.
Only Wolverine can do something. Yes, kill this guy.
Stay down.
Oh, now I can do this. Perfect. I don't think we're gonna do the Blade Storm. There's no way. There's no way we can get that much heal risk. Did you just say cool? The amount of times the Wolverine has been hit, goddamn. Yeah.
Should do the trick.
This does more damage. Yeah, just full on talk to. Oh my god. Oh, we're all out of cod place.
You can keep the wizards and witches. I'll stick with what I know. Claws and teeth.
Can we quickly send Ghost Rider back? I need his help.
Got my attention.
Okay, no one stays.
Looks like I got backup.
Give an old man a hand.
I have 47 health. Oh, I can almost do this. I just need to play one card.
That'd be good for you.
Now we can do the Blade Storm. It's not gonna be enough to kill him, but can I not make him? Oh yeah, I can make him bounce into that guy. Yeah, okay, this is perfect. And that's gonna be enough to kill. Do it.
For a challenge.
Omega wrecked. Good thing we did that challenge. Otherwise we wouldn't have had the card. GG, Sabertooth. You've fallen before Jesus.
Make it quick.
What the hell are you doing?
Not much of a hunter, are you? You'd fit right in with Logan and the rest of Xavier's housebroken little pets. Now hold still, Pop. This is gonna hurt.
Oh my god, what, he bit me? What the?
Nifty trick. Don't think he was expecting that thing around your neck to bite back.
Can he heal from that too?
Don't know. But I'm gonna make sure he doesn't.
Yeah. Nice to meet you too.
Does he actually kill Wolverine? Is he a murderer?
Can't heal. Have to keep going.
You'll do.
Bonkers shit. A new demon enemy. A new fallen enemy, Sabretooth. Heroes knocked out. Oh yeah, Wolverine got knocked out.
It sounds like you had some unexpected visitors out there.
Those two beasts came out of nowhere. Who were they?
Victor Creed and James Logan Howlett. But I'm sure they'd prefer to go by their current aliases.
His name is James?
Those two have
Wolverine?
been at each other's throats for decades.
Adore you about it.
Wolverine? Then he is a werewolf? I did not sense that from either of them.
Because they are mutants. Like me.
You are like them?
I will not be howling at the moon anytime soon, Hunter. It affects us all in different ways.
There are some things you'll need to become familiar with in our post-atomic world, Hunter. Mutants being a big part of that.
A blessing or a curse in the blood, depending on who you ask. I can explain further if you must know.
In the meantime, I need to look into what's happening in New York. Wolverine is an honorable man, if a bit rough around the edges. Sabretooth, on the other hand, is a homicidal maniac. The fact that he's got his sights set on you is definitely not good news.
Wait, you know Logan?
Who do you think first told me about you? You'd be surprised how many people have found their way into these woods over the years. And once they do, they tend to find a way back. I doubt this is the last we have seen of either of them.
Wonderful.
Talk to Magic. Talk to Blade. What? Why do I need to talk to Blade? Return to Ghost Rider. Yeah, Ghost Rider wanted me to bring him on the mission, so I guess he wants to say thank you now. Anyways. What do you have to say?
Having Sabretooth wrapped up in all of this is another headache we don't need. I can only hope Logan handles him swiftly, before he causes too much trouble.
How much do you trust this Logan person?
Quite a bit, actually. He's a bit prickly, but he's dependable.
I'm so skeptical. I don't have patience with difficult personalities. Why is the mean option the nice option? How dependable.
Exactly how dependable?
I would trust Logan with my life, the same as you.
That is quite a bit of trust. I am surprised you have never spoken of him before.
Logan is a good man, but he follows his own path. After this, I may not see him again for several more decades.
I suppose there is nothing more to do but wait. I have a feeling we will be seeing more of Logan and Sabretooth.
Oh, I'd count on it.
Logan and I are not exactly best friends or anything. He's more my brother, Piotr's friend. Like I said earlier, we're all mutants. Not to freak you out or anything.
Say that as if it's a bad thing. I will not freak out. say that as if it's a bad thing.
You say mutant as if it is a bad thing.
In some parts of the world,
What?
it is a very bad thing.
She
You've been
doesn't like
sleeping in a
that?
grave, so you've missed out on the anti-mutant hysteria. The Mutant Registration Act, all that crap.
So it is safe to say that things in the modern world are not easy for your kind.
That's an understatement.
Why did she
you
dislike
and these
that?
other mutants, you all know each other from Russia?
Hardly. We're all part of the X-Men. I mean, not currently. But I guess once you're an X-Man, you're always an X-Man.
Just like a midnight sun.
I guess so.
And this Sabretooth, he is a mutant. Does that make him an X-Man as well?
Definitely not an X-Man. He and Wolverine go way back. Who knows what their feud was originally about? I doubt they can remember either.
He has been tracking us for a bit. He was the presence I sensed at the docks.
Are you sure it was him and not something else?
I will take him down.
Mark my words. The next time we meet, I will finish him.
Normally, I'd
Hey,
go
she
your
liked
way,
it.
but I've seen your moves. If anyone can handle
We gained the
Sabretooth,
heart back.
it's you.
Park.
Thank you for explaining this to me. It seems I have a lot to learn.
Of course, mutant
No,
society
so
is
why are we
small,
standing
but
out here in the rain?
super complicated. But all you need to know
Mutant
is that
society.
Sabretooth sucks.
Emo kid meeting.
Yes?
The emo kids meeting is tonight, right?
Are you heading to the meeting?
Soon.
Something on your mind?
Nothing important. Isn't the angry children meeting tonight?
Angry children
Emo kids?
meeting.
Yes, that. I can never keep up with the modern lingo. Took me a decade to rid myself of thee and thou.
Thee thou.
The meeting is tonight.
Then I should wrap up.
Still, are we doing this in the rain?
Are you going to the meeting?
Yes, I'll meet you there. Very soon. I'll see you there.
Where's Ghost Rider? I need to compliment Ghost Rider. Oh, Doggo.
Good girl, Charlie.
And Nico is. Wait, Buff Strange wants to talk. Where is Ghost Rider? He is.
Hey, Hunter. What do defeated Hydra agents say? Nothing.
Is that a joke, Ghost Rider?
Awesome. Thanks, Hunter.
Wait, how close am I to leveling you up again? Oh, fuck. We're about to become a level 3 friendship level with Ghost Rider. Well, then I don't think there's any need to compliment him right now. Oh, wait, I already complimented
Why,
Spider-Man.
hello, Hunter.
Compliment Magic.
You seem to have lived many lives in a short span of time.
What can I say? It comes easily.
Now, what do you want, Strange? Oh, it's probably about the emo kid meeting.
Are you prepared
Yeah.
for tonight's meeting?
I am more than prepared. I am the Sorcerer Supreme.
Oh my god.
But yes, I am ready.
He loved bringing that up. Where's Bleed? I need to talk to him too. A skull? Oh my god, that's a gift? Who do you think would like a skull? I think Nico would probably like a skull. I mean... She's the one that has the whole emo kit meeting thing.
Hello, Hunter.
Where the fuck is Blade? Don't tell me he's out in the rain. But he's all the way outside? He's like out here. The hell's he doing here?
Remind me never to piss you off, Hunter. Or insult Charlie.
Blade, what is it?
Caught a scent around the Abbey that doesn't belong. It's faint, not enough for anyone else to notice, but it hit me again tonight. How's that dog of yours when it comes to tracking? You two up for a little hunt?
Fuck yeah, let's do it. The emo kit meeting can wait, I suppose.
I am sure Charlie could help. And I might be useful too.
After you.
Follow Charlie.
Let's keep going. You sure that dog knows where she's going?
No, but I trust your
No.
instincts.
At least you're honest.
That confidence, though.
Charlie will be the first
Yo,
to
what
let
the
us
fuck's
know if
happening
she
over
cannot find
here?
the
It's
way.
a portal to hell.
You two have a lot of conversations.
I can tell you never had a dog before, Blade.
Never got the chance as a kid. Too risky these days in my line of work.
Maybe you just need to find the right dog.
Haven't found a breed yet the vamps won't eat out of spite.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Always memorable.
Why is there a demon dog of hell? Oh.
That looked like...
Give me a key.
Some kind of jacked up shadow hound. If I didn't know any better, I'd say we just found the bar guest. But it can't be.
The what?
The bar guest. Legendary demon dog of the old country. Kind of thing you'd hear stories about around the campfire.
A shadow hound could easily be mistaken for a spirit, but how would it have gotten here?
Good question, but we're not going to find the answer tonight. Let's head back before Caretaker locks the doors on us.
He won't.
Damn, that thing is shifty. Look like
We've got emo kit meeting coming up.
I'm no expert, but that's not our usual portal. Looks like magic.
Oh, and there's even
I don't know.
demon dog footprints.
We should head back. Don't want Caretaker to come looking for us. You coming?
I have seen Caretaker mad.
Me too. We better hurry.
Well, that was something. That was an interesting side thing. Was a demon duck that gave me a key. I'm gonna stand. Yo, I have a lot of gloss. Can actually buy like some decent outfits. I don't know what I would buy though. I think I pretty much got all the ones that I want. Yeah. So far at least.
Who is a good girl? It is my Charlie girl.
Emo kids meeting.
Emo kids are meeting tonight. You in?
Fuck yeah.
Lead the way.
And we're doing it outside in the fucking rain. Nice.
Nico runs these meetings?
Yes, so far.
Then I'll wait for her to begin. Nico runs.
I require a moment to prepare the ritual. Nico can explain.
We shall soon see if this meeting amounts to anything.
What do you mean?
Miss Minoru can explain. We shall.
Yes, buff Strange.
Feels like we're getting closer to figuring out how you died. It's not too much, is it?
Pushes me near my limit. I can take it.
The memories are painful, but I have endured worse.
That's good! I mean, it's bad, but yeah, I'm glad you're hanging in there. Ileana wants to lead the ritual this time. That surprised me.
Why?
Magic taking the lead and Caretaker staying out of her way? The world must be ending. Oh, right. It is. Give Magic a heads up when you're ready.
Are you prepared for Miss Rasputin to apply the metaphorical cheese grater to your soul?
Cheese grater. Sound jealous.
I thought you were above petty rivalries.
Oh, not at all. She's a blunt instrument who believes herself a scalpel. She doesn't check her work. That's how mistakes are made, the kind one regrets. I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
Strange.
Especially Miss Rasputin.
Jealous Strange.
I'm certain you'll be fine. If all goes wrong, I shall pick up the pieces, as always.
I'm gonna fucking explode.
Go on, Miss Rasputin has a soul to cleanse.
I believe I know Ileana's plans for the ritual.
How?
I overheard her speaking with Strange.
Top meddling?
I cannot believe you spied on her.
As I approached, she nodded at me and kept talking. Who do you think I am? Ah, we're not doing this again. Ileana's approach is reckless
Doing
and
what
could
again?
cause you lasting harm. What you do with that knowledge is up to you. Just be careful, kiddo. That's all I ask.
Let's go, Magic.
The ritual today will be unlike before.
How so?
We shall make real progress. I refuse to coddle you as the others did. I will push you beyond your limits. For this to work, I must break you.
Uncle Shake. Caretaker won't be. Convince me. Oh, I trust you. I'm Jesus with the chick shade. Thick shades. I can take anything.
Do what you need to do.
Do not be complacent. Without preparation, there is a possibility of damage. This is why you collected the ingredients I asked you to bring. Are you ready to begin?
I need a moment. Wait, how does this work?
Can you tell me more about what you are planning?
Do you truly care?
Yes. Not really. Joke, of course. Tell me everything. He's not gonna like that. I definitely care.
Please give me the details.
Fine. I am using powers you can't comprehend to find an echo of your death. Then you will relive the echo. Now, ready?
You may proceed.
Limbo never forgets. It holds the echo of your death. What is your last memory?
Lilith. A muddy circle in a clearing.
Then I shall bring that echo to you. Now, you become its vessel.
I am ready.
you see?
My head. It is her. It is Lilith in the circle.
Do not fight the echo. Allow it to wash through you.
No, she sees me. I advance, prepared to strike. She just watches me.
Whoa! Is that...
It is.
It is. Yes, it
My
is.
child. Look what they've done to you.
You have no right to call me child, monster.
So misguided. I have never sought to harm you.
Your army says otherwise.
A distraction to allow for this moment.
Ileana, stop this! Right now!
Enough deceit. Speak plainly or suffer the consequences.
Ileana!
No, we must proceed.
How plain can I make this, my child? If I am to remake this world, I need you at my side.
Enough! Dilungo! Retinacula!
No!
What? Why'd she stop
You
it?
had no right to do that.
Stopping your recklessness is my obligation.
Pah! Stopping the ritual early could have destroyed the hunter's mind.
The only threat to Hunter was your sloppy technique.
You are impossible!
You will never attempt this again.
Do not constrain me.
Just gonna stand here and hope they don't involve me.
Yup.
These three outfits that we're wearing. I'm gonna make you my witch. Oh, wait, did she leave?
Miss
Magic.
Rasputin was correct. Feels odd on the tongue, like a fish-flavored loofah.
You approve of her approach?
Of course not. But she was right to push. No matter what Sarah thinks, today was a breakthrough.
Yeah, she was doing fine.
Uncovering your mysterious past is a wonderful
I know she's
change
down
of
there.
pace.
Always think she knows best.
Well, you have that look on your face. Say what you need to say.
You always get in my way. Hey, I wanted to check on you. I'm glad you stopped it. I'm not. You always get in my way, I guess.
You should not have stopped the ritual. We were so close.
Oh, kiddo, I had no choice. Lilith's voice, spoken through you, even as an echo, creates a mystical link. She has the means to follow that link back to you. With preparation, I can shield you from such an attack.
And without?
She would do to you what she did to Wanda, and I won't let that happen.
You sure? You're not trying to hide something?
I'm sure you'll find answers. I hope they're the ones you want.
Sarah had no right to stop the ritual.
Glad she did. You're right, I was fine.
It was painful, but nothing I could not handle.
She wants me to open portals and little else. I am not a delivery service. I am the ruler of Limbo. At least you trust me to be more. Maybe next time we shall learn the truth. If there is a next time.
No.
Sloppy technique. Has she confused me with Nico?
Don't tell me this was the last emo kit meeting.
There is nothing more tonight. Get some rest, Hunter. There is not. Get some.
Oh, you gotta talk with Nico first.
How you doing, Hunter?
Why didn't I attack Lilith immediately? Well, we may never know.
We would have had the answer if Caretaker had not stopped us.
I'm not taking sides, but it looked like you were in actual pain. I get why she wanted Ileana to stop. As long as you're okay, I'm okay. The good news? We are definitely closing in. That's more than enough for today. You ready to leave?
Yeah.
That is it for me.
Sounds good. See you next meeting.
Doggo blessing. Operate all cards in your hand for the rest of the mission. I take 39 damage. What does it mean by upgrade? They do more damage? Why can't I still hear the rain? We're outside. There you go.
Hunter, buddy, talk to me.
Nah.
We need to talk.
Tony Stark.
Yes?
Oh wait, this is still about the thing.
Nothing.
I don't want to
Never
tell
mind.
her about the party.
Okay.
It needs to be a surprise. It's all on Nico. All on Nico if she doesn't like it. Dark Blessing. It's instead of a heal. Oh.
Oh, my friend sense is tingling.
Hey, Spider-Man. Well, I suppose that's it. Now we sleep.
Hello,
But
my
first pet
sweet
the
girl.
doggo. And then we sleep.
Hunter, if you're receiving this
What?
message, please come to the central console as soon as
Bruce.
possible.
That's odd.
That is very odd. Everyone's looking for that man. What happened? Wait, it's still nighttime? It is. Oh. What does Hulk want? Yeah, there's no ops. Let's go hear what Hulk has to say. Yo, he's calling on Skype. We gotta answer it.
Dr. Banner, you've re-emerged.
I'm sorry, Hunter. Probably not the best impression of me. But now I'm back.
Where were you? Thought you ran away and joined Hydra. Glad to have you back.
And we are happy to have you back,
Why
Doctor.
can't I ask him where he went?
We were worried for a brief moment.
Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine. Doing better than our comm system was. I was knocked offline by a spike in gamma radiation that tore through the electromagnetic spectrum. Bad day to be a Manhattan cell phone tower. But don't worry, I've isolated the problem here. No more blackouts, I promise. But I am concerned about the other ripple effects this gamma radiation could have caused. That's why I would like to scan you and see if the shifts in energy have affected you.
Fuck, you said my mother, not me. What do you mean scan?
How does gazing upon me help detect this radiation of yours?
Unfortunately, it doesn't. I need to push this button first. Hopefully, this will shed some light on the gamma shifts we've been seeing, reveal a pattern, or maybe even clue us in on how to reverse it. Just stand very still. You shouldn't feel a thing.
You like my shirt, Bruce?
And we're done. Once I analyze this scan, we'll all be much wiser. Thank you, Hunter.
Well, that was odd, but okay. Woke us up in the middle of the night just for that. Back to sleep, I suppose. Hey, Spider-Man's back. Private message from Ghost Rider. And a post by Hulk. Ghost Rider wants to hang out so we can level up our friendship. Oh my god, so many new posts. Oh my god, so many new posts. There's like 4. Wait, what? Last night when you came through the portal, was anything different? Different how? I felt ripples. Avoid the midnight snacks. And now, those who are now being a bot may respond. Didn't notice anything strange. No mythical insurgents upon the abbey that I could detect. Interesting. Both of you. Keep your third eyes open the next time we use the portal. Any ideas? No, it's probably nothing, but just in case. We got to mention. Logan is part of the old God X-Men. He takes getting used to, but he tells you exactly what he thinks. If I had to spend time with the old God, I would choose him. You choose Logan over your brother Piotr? Who even is that guy? No question. Logan treats me like a person. Piotr still thinks me of as a lost child. I'd rather put up with the stinky hairy man than the shiny patronizing sibling. And he's less stinky now, according to New York State. Can't teach children with a cigar in your mouth. Is anyone going to talk about how messed up it is that Hydra shot its own mad scientist? Sometimes the trash takes itself out. That's cold, but that's beside the point. Don't cry tears for Hydra. They've earned their reputation. No tears for me, but why would he ever go through his plans if he knew he would end up the way he did?
Brother, it doesn't work. It doesn't work like that.
Exactly, it doesn't work like that. When you work for the bad guys. And when your controller is dying. Whatever plans Foster's had, they don't factor into Hydra's big picture. And the controller dies. Yep, it's like it knew. It was on cue. It was just waiting for Carl. But started dying. Carl Ames strikes again. Man just shot a fucking jam onto my controller or something. An EMP. Drained the battery. Oh, there you go, it's charging now. Perfect. I guess it just feels like there's something large going on. Maybe. I'm not really got anything. You have theories? Swing by the wall room, the shot. Alright, I have a few theories. The more the merrier. Why did Hulk just post this? Never listen to what the others say. So random. So much promise. I can picture the mark you will leave upon this world, and it's glorious. Dr. Brad, are you okay? Spider-Man. I don't remember sending this at all. I haven't been getting much sleep. Forgot I said anything. What the fuck? And then there is another DM from Ghost Rider. Cat, she's sliding into the DMs once again. Hey Hana, you know what's great? I can just be myself around you. I'm feeling off my game, nothing major, but it would help if I could take a walk. If I could talk with a friend. You have any time? I'm free now. Ghost Rider.
I gotta say it. Hanging with you has been a major confidence boost.
We're in his room.
Sort of.
Sort of?
Have you seen the people we've got cruising around this place? Tony's a genius. Strange can do practically anything. Carol can fly the solar system and a fighter jet. And then there's me, with a flaming demon in my head.
A flaming demon in your head is far from mundane.
Yeah, it's cool. But not, you know, top shelf cool. Not like those other guys.
Do not let it rattle you, Robbie. Have faith in yourself.
I don't know. I don't want to mess up and disappoint anyone or, worse, get someone hurt. I made that mistake once before and I have absolutely zero desire to do it again.
Trust yourself in a spirit of vengeance. That's what I want to say, but I think the top option is the correct one. But I want to say this.
Trust yourself. You have the right skills. And if you need backup, Sparky is always with you. Trust in the demon.
Sparky's great, but I make the judgment calls. And my track record is iffy at best.
We all mature in different ways.
Yeah, I hear you, Hunter. And, I appreciate you seeing the best in me. Even if the best is Sparky.
I think the best of you is yet to be discovered.
Compliment value increase. I said the wrong thing. He thinks I appreciate the Ghost Rider more than himself. He thinks I like the spirit of vengeance more. Why couldn't I give him a gift? Maybe I should give him the skull. The skull I have.
Our Avengers house guests are hogging the comms to chat with their best.
Oh yeah, wait, there was also the private message from Nico. Hey, Hana. Peter's party there was ready to go. The last person to speak with is caretaker. She's been hundreds of years learning how to make the perfect cake. I'm sure she can whip up something magical, love. That's caretaker. What are these people yapping about in here?
Like a consolation prize.
I don't have to choose. We're all on the same side, right? We're all against Lilith.
I don't know. Ileana, are we all on the same side here?
TBD. But if you're with the Avengers, you're out of Nico's movie nights.
Nobody told me becoming a superhero would be like high school all over again.
Oh no. Peter's a part of the movie nights. Where's Ghost Rider? I want to give him a compliment. There he is.
What's happening, Hunter?
Can't even talk to you. You don't want to talk to me anymore, Ghost Rider? Oh no. Wait, what was the new thing I got for him? Oh my god. All these different color schemes, they all look fucking terrible. Oh my god. Wait. Make you look like the original Ghost Rider. Oh, the spirit of vengeance. What the hell are we doing? We need to talk with caretaker. And we need to... Wait, what's on sale today? The return of Captain America as he joins the Avengers. The legend lives. Captain America steps out of the ice and into the modern era. Living the Avengers against aliens. Enemies, aliens, and Atlantean? This is a gift that I can buy for someone. Who would this best be suited for? Spider-Man, maybe? Iron Man? Wow, there's so much money down here.
I will see if I can find you a treat later.
Oh, you are gonna love this.
Vampire essence. Sure, I want to see what that is. Vampire essence.
Ooh, new coil. Let's get to work. No peeking here.
Spider-Man posted something
Take
new.
your pick, Hunter.
Dark Heal. Restore an ally to full health. To take 25,
I'm pretty sure Charlie
20
left
down.
a steaming coil in the hallway. Third state of matter, indeed.
I'm not gonna use it, but it's a new card, so I'll get it. Now we have another coil.
How does this look?
Gain one vulnerable. What is that? What does vulnerable do?
Ready when you are, Hunter.
I don't have any new challenges.
Until next time.
Oh my god, what are you posting, Spider-Man? Nico, magic, help. Doom Girl 99 crashed us again. No way they weren't cheating, no freaking way. What? What do you expect us to do exactly? I don't know, use your staff on one to cast and no, you cheat no more or something. That's not a thing. I have some magic words for you. Take anything. Get good. She set the line, the get good line. Bro, I have some magic words for you. Get good. Fucking scrub. Have you tried getting good, Spider-Man, at the video game? Fucking scrub. You guys hear about some Cimcadia? An entire lake just went poof. What do you mean poof? Like disappeared in the cloud of smoke, except there was no smoke. That's pretty bad. Did you hear from one of your bugle sources? Never was still stable before. She's from Cimcadia and has been looking into it. Look at Mr. Connections over here. Do you want an introduction? I'll pass. Use too much tech with a good old-fashioned steak will do. Or magic. Whoa, no one's on Team Tech? Such brave statements made using my own technological invention. Technology can do amazing things. Thank you. Someone who gets it won't have the spark randomly malfunction the next upgrade. I'm not gonna use that. I'm not gonna use that lifesteal card. Yeah, we should probably go upgrade Blades cards. And what did I get for you? Could upgrade that as well. Talk to Caretaker. You're up complete. Launch endless combat missions from the Yacht and XP and practice hero abilities against enemies in Limbo. I do not have enough money.
Ready to work? Caretaker said I need to be a team player.
If
so I guess I'm
draw
letting you
2
choose
cards.
for me too.
Well, that makes it cost 1 less. That's actually pretty worth it, to be honest. Gain 2 souls. Yeah, upgrade both of these.
We need any advantage we can get. I like to stay on the cutting edge.
We should do some other missions because we are running low on stuff. Upgrade points and whatnot.
Look at that map. We've got emergencies all over the globe.
Hydra is staying true to its multi-headed namesake. They're currently active in New York, Paris, Moscow, Singapore, Los Angeles. The list keeps growing.
They caught us off guard. We'll put them back in check.
With what, Tony? Avenger forces are spread thin as it is.
Temporarily. We're back in contact with Banner, and we still have the tower.
And that's supposed to make us feel better? We thought we had the sanctum until we didn't.
Well, I'm sorry, Stephen, but your overrated metaphysical library is not my state-of-the-art militarized tower. It will hold.
Hold what? Your ego? You'll need a taller tower.
Oh, coming from the man who literally calls himself Supreme.
Are you two finished yet?
Every second we waste arguing, Hydra takes another bite out of our ass.
Fine. Then let's stop arguing and take a bite out of their let's just stop arguing.
You about to say ass? Sorry, Mexican Iron Man, you can't say that. Not in this family-friendly Marvel game.
It is done.
Yo, what the fuck is that? Limbo's Grasp. For the rest of the mission, deal 30+1 damage to enemies not through a portal. Oh shit. Operation successful, no punchline.
If we had some rookies, I'd say send them out for the experience. But I think we're past that.
Some rookies? Yeah, why isn't this like XCOM?
Thanks, Hunter.
Just hire some new rookies and just send them out on a covert op. What's the worst that could happen? Oh wait, this one is purple. I think that's my first purple card. Oh shit. We'll just talk about the birthday cake first.
I wonder if...
Could we speak in private?
Will this lead to the two of us shouting at one another?
I hope not.
I cannot see how.
Then yes.
Shouting at each other
Nico
over
needs help prepping for
birthday
Magic
cake.
surprise party.
A surprise party? Have you met Magic?
Why do you say that?
Nah.
Oh, just a feeling. What does Nico want from me?
Just night.
Can you handle the cake?
Of course. The trick will be hiding the icing. Magic's sweet tooth can lead her to cupcakes at 50 paces.
Let's have a look at my first stand. Question mark? Yes. That's indeed how you say happy birthday in Danish. Tillykke med fødselsdagen. Happy birthday, Magic. Tillykke med fødselsdagen. Magic. That was a pretty easy conversation. What do you want, Mexican Iron Man?
That was quite a heated discussion between you, Caretaker, and the Doctor.
What can I say? I will always fight to keep the faith. Hydra may be on the rise, but they will never rise above the tower.
Oh my god, is that how you say it in Finnish? I don't even know where to begin with that. The Danish version is still longer though. It's just the Finnish version looks more complicated. Oh, here comes Justin. What? Aiva Semtera Paiwa. What language am I speaking? What is this, Justin? What language am I speaking? What? Gratis Stan? Is that Swedish? Yeah. Yeah. What the hell? I actually thought that would be close to the Danish version, but that is actually quite different. Oh, well, at least the first word. Oh, the two words. The two first words. Interesting. I had no idea. I hope you're right.
I hope you are right. But I am not sure Lilith is intimidated by much in the modern world.
Then we'll just have to show her.
We're
the new hotness, and she's messing with the wrong people. At least I'm back in contact with Banner. That's a relief. I wasn't so worried about the tower as I was about his mental health. And if he's holding up, so will the rest of us.
And I'm curious what that translates to, though, this Swedish version. Because it sounds like happy on your birthday or something like that. Sounds weird. The Swedish version sounds strange. Speaking of strange, Dr. Strange wants to talk to us.
Time's wasting, Hunter.
Wait, what? Oh, this create a portal free on redraw plus moves this unit. What, redraw when I draw the card again? Yeah.
I think we've got something.
Doctor Strange? Yes, Doctor Strange wants to talk. Oh, like Muscle Strange.
I suppose you're wondering about that argument. I had hoped we could all conduct ourselves in a calm.
Hello, Hunter.
Unfortunately, Tony really gets under my skin sometimes.
That's Strange right
I
there.
can see that.
Hello, Hana. He just rips his fucking shirt off.
Is inferior to Titanium
Like it's
Tower
nothing.
of Tony? Can you believe it?
Avengers Tower is pretty amazing. Gonna beat the shit out of me if I say that.
The ancient evil we fight is not intimidated by modern technology. Our only hope is the magic you have in the Sanctum. Getting it back is key to our success.
Yes, I'm glad you see the light on this. I knew you would appreciate the Sanctum. We need to have it back.
How bad is your disagreement with Tony? Is it going to cause problems for the rest of us?
Don't worry, Tony and I may argue, but when it comes to stopping Lilith, we are in total agreement on the end goal.
Yeah.
If we
Yeah, it is gonna cause
on
issues.
The way to achieve it. Sometimes
In fact,
Tony
I'm
and I
leaving.
do actually act like grown-ups. Well, at least I do.
Sure.
Ciao.
Wait, he still wants. Hey, but he needs help too.
Hey, can
Hey.
I ask a favor?
What do you think, Hana? Want to show them how it's done? Perform a hero combo with Doctor Strange in combat. Oh.
Hey, can I ask a favor?
Oh. What's that? Oh, he wants to join the next mission? Oh. 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 He's the lowest level out of all the ones that I have. Oh. Yeah, sure, Strange. If you want to be a punching bag, then sure. Wait.
Hey.
Hero
can I ask a
combo.
favor?
What is a hero combo? Wait, I think hero combo is that thing. Wait, that does like omega damage and stuff. I suppose we could do that, because I mean, I did plan on doing side stuff anyways. As a general mission to be out, we're forced to do a side mission anyways. Oh, this one would be perfect because we like need all this stuff. Yeah, we're doing this one, and this one needs this one. It's a strange mission as well, so perfect.
Hunter?
But first, let's send someone out on a covert op. A hero
We're
op.
ready to make a move.
We received a code message from Nick Fury, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. through...
If I had time, I'd take care of these myself.
Shut up,
but I
I'm
have
reading.
been accused of hogging the ball before.
Though he has a little interest in the supernatural, he's deeply concerned by the increased Hydra activity in New York City. Caretaker and Fury have a complicated history. He's sent here to meet with Fury agent. Let's move things over. He doesn't like demons? Oh, well then let's send Ghost Rider. Oh, I just like demons? I send in Ghost Rider. I just send in Captain Marvel. Actually, it gives you an upgraded ability. That's Spider-Man. I want a Spider-Man ability.
Friendly neighborhood service and friendly neighborhood prices.
I'm here if you need me.
Alright, now let's go accept Strange's request. He wants to go on the next mission. I don't think I've even used Strange on a mission. Besides the ones that you're forced to do with him.
Hey, can I ask a favor?
Let's do this. Defeat enemies. I don't even remember how you use Strange. What his abilities are. I guess we'll see. Well, I guess this is a perfect time to level someone up. The next mission is an Iron. Well, the next main quest is an Iron Man mission. What if you bring Iron Man and Strange? The two lowest levels of the team. And Nico, another low level. And Ghost Rider. We need to level up Ghost Rider. Indeed. So much thinking involved. Wait, actually, stop. Hold on a second. Never mind, go back. Because I think if I got to trade with someone, hold on. Aha, I did forget to trade with someone. Well, I guess trade with Strange so he can get a buff.
Even a sorcerer supreme can't rest on his laurels.
I think this should give him a buff, right?
A good match.
No, it gave me a key. Well, it's still worth it. Right, now we can go on a mission. I don't... Oh my god, hold on a second. No, not yet. Hold on, give me a second. Sorry. Can I look at the mission thing? Oh shit. Wow, we're finally going? No, wait, hold on. Wait a second. No, we're not going yet. Hold on, I forgot to jump. He wants me to do... a hero takedown with him or whatever the hell it was. I hope it doesn't specifically have to be me. Hero takedown, is that a WWE move? Yeah, it is pretty much. It is. At least it looks like that when you do it with Blade. You just jump up from the top rope. Okay, so we bring Strange, Iron Man, and Ghost Rider. And then hopefully hero combo will be added to your deck at the mission game. More likely heroes are on the app to bring more hero codes. Okay. Hopefully it can be with anyone. Hopefully Strange can do it with anyone and he'll still count. Well, I guess we'll find out. What a team.
Hydra's goons are getting a little too comfortable for my liking. I think it's time you took them down
I
a
don't
notch.
even remember what cards this man has. Knock back quick. Hi, Doctor. Doctor. Oh wait, no, he's at the edge of the map. I can't get over here, can I? No. Oh my god. I can't push this guy. I can push this guy. Not this guy, I guess. Might as well create a portal to hell.
Hydra manages to attract new recruits despite decades of ineptitude.
Oh, is this not gonna knock him back? This isn't even enough to kill. How disappointing. This is not gonna make him fall into the pit. Well, let's do that so it doesn't cost a card move.
Prepare yourselves. I hope this is one of the stronger arms. We did come all the way here for a fight.
This wouldn't kill him, would it? No, it has a 40% chance of killing him. Kill him. Sure. I mean, we'll see what card it ends up discarding. Paw. Ghost Rider. Leveled up. Man, I get rid of the Ghost Rider card. That's actually perfect. Fly too weak. Gain a bone. I can't read it. Gains a bonus while you have a minimum amount of heroism. Direct card ability cost just to each bonus threshold. Yeah, I can't read it. It's hidden behind the Iron Man card. I need my binoculars. Well, Ghost Rider, you can go kill this guy.
Make way for vengeance.
Scooby Snowman. They're actually covering a lot of stuff. Not of important things. All the free Scoobies in the bottom right there actually covering the vital gameplay information, but it's fine. It's okay. You don't really see that anyways. Yeah, it's end of turn.
Lilith certainly made them enthusiastic.
Fuck.
Serve her with honor.
Frenzy? Wait, that doesn't sound good.
Will escape judgment.
Yeah, this is the hero combo. We need a 4. Yeah, we could do that this turn. So 2 combat items use this mission. If hero cards in your hand plus 9 damage. I don't think we need this to do any more damage. So 2 combat items use this mission. Haven't used any. I guess. Ghost Rider takes damage. Wait, how many? Oh, it's only gonna hit him. Can't even hit the barrel. Wait. Let's do that.
Prepare yourself.
Not bad. Not great.
Max HP increase. Interrogation. Okay, but first. Now it's time for the WWE move. It's time for the hero. On KO, the target explodes for 14 damage? What? Wait, is that gonna hurt Iron Man? Hold on. Get Iron Man out of the way. Make him go interrogate the guy.
Your face. Last chance to talk.
Wait, so is it just gonna go all mecha kaboom? Well, I guess we'll find out. After the WWE move. Doctor Strange and Ghost Rider. Holy shit.
That's the spirit.
Well, I hope that completed the challenge that Doctor Strange asked for. Gain 1 free move. Apply marked and vulnerable. Redraw to add nearby enemies. Need to mark. Oh, my cards are too powerful. I can't pray any of them. I mean, I guess we'll mark this guy.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, exactly. Sure, why not?
Nice.
I suppose it's something.
It's that end no turns because we can't do anything else.
Not that it matters, but here come their friends.
What? Oh. The way the camera was positioned and everything. It made it look like he was gonna do something. Well, we can kill these three. Let Ghost Rider do it. Does that hit all three of them?
Target's moving.
The magic pixel. Perfect. Easy triple. He has 158 max HP. Ghost Rider. I mean, I guess we'll use this.
A gift.
ancient traditions.
62 damage. I don't think that is necessary, but might as well.
You have been judged.
That was really something.
5 enemies KO'd in the turn. Park.
My strength grows. I will see the truth.
This man's unstoppable. Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider just stole that guy's lunch money. I got 24 credits. God damn. Ghost Rider is a bully. Stole that man's lunch money.
The guilty have already begun to fall.
Wait, what happened? It says defeat all enemies, but there are no more enemies.
Confidence is high.
Shall we get on with it?
Oh my god, are we bucked? What happened?
Your time has come.
Me? Excuse me. Oh, all the enemies are dead.
You ready to save the world?
Did the interrogation bucket out?
Victory is nearly at hand.
It is at hand. We did it. But the game bucked out. Classic. Classic XCOM. Well, that sucks. That this bucked out. We were doing so well. We did this one so well.
The spirit is in control.
Yeah, I keep ending turn, but it doesn't end.
All things considered.
Wait, there's something here? Select a single target. Is he invincible or something? Help. The game thinks there's something over here. No, we did this so well. Well, I guess we gotta do it again. Hopefully it doesn't bug out again. Imagine if that happened during the final boss. Does anyone remember what we did? We just gotta do that again, basically. Remember, I created the portal to hell. That honestly didn't really do much. What did I do? What did I do again? Pretty sure I took these guys out. Maybe it's because I used an item or something? I've never used an item before. Maybe that's what it was. Using an item bucked it out.
The endless search for wealth and power with just a tinge of fascism. Hydra will never change.
Wait, how did I not kill you?
Has chosen.
That still hits him. I mean, I guess it is technically a melee attack.
I am the spirit of vengeance.
Yeah, we need to save the hero points. Oh, my Ghost Rider can do this.
It was your time.
Don't want to use my heroism.
Living up to their reputation.
Keep it up, I'm taking names.
For victory.
I don't appreciate that.
He is weak. That didn't happen before. Yeah, that was a hero combo.
Blame you for bringing hell.
Omega Judgment. We just need to move. We just need to move Strange out of the way. Although I shouldn't do that because we need to do this. This would be this.
Watch and learn, friends. Just what this battle requires.
Well, I can do this and then. I don't know who we would do the Omega Hero combo on. I guess just one of those guys. I still need to move Strange, but I suppose we could do this first. Oh, and this also explodes the guy, right? And this guy. But do it as Strange just to make sure. Then we do that.
We will make them.
Kaboom. Note. Noting it all down. All of the combat tactics. And I would do the Omega Judgment again. Oh, again. We're doing that guy. Still need to move this man out of the way. That would kill those two. How much does the box do? Just 20. Oh, but then if I do that, then I can't do the judgment because it costs 1 hero point. And we only have 1 card play left. And let's not use that, just in case that's what bugged the game out. Well, I guess the interrogation will have to wait. Let's do this. But that still doesn't change. I still need to move this man so he doesn't die. I don't know, man. Move him over here. Move him next to the explosive barrel. And hopefully the enemy's not clever enough to shoot it. I don't think they... Actually, they do use it, but hopefully
I
they...
hope this is one of the stronger arms.
Do it this
You
time.
did come all the way here for a fight.
All will be just.
Wasn't your signature move. Fair enough.
Alright, there's only 3 of them left. And the portal to hell is closed.
Grows with every strike.
Has Iron Man even done anything in this round? I don't think so.
We haven't quite broken their spirit yet.
Confidence is high.
Alright. Do your thing, Ghost Rider. Does he have to? Does he need to steal the lunch money yet? So first thing we'll do is do this.
This should be good.
That will be our focus.
They don't all have to be pretty.
Would that kill him? Oh, it would, because he's vulnerable now. Perfect.
Accept your fate.
Love the effort.
Yeah, okay, we have to do it. It's now or never. Go steal this guy's lunch money again.
I will see the truth.
Gave me your lunch money. No, he gave us intel this time.
Fair enough.
Oh, that was a quick action. Perfect. Wait, we could actually kill them both. Ghost Rider could get the final kill. Final 2. And hopefully he doesn't bug out this time.
This will be your end. All will witness their sins.
Bugged out again.
All is well for the moment.
What happened? Why did it bug out again this time? Is Ghost Rider not allowed to get all the kills? Not allowed to have 170 HP?
Let me show you the way. This should aid me in my fight. Follow my movement. The light shines on the most dutiful.
Select a single target. There is no one here. Video game.
Plan looks good.
Everyone's dead. But the game bugged out. What do we do here? I don't know, restart the game, I
Probably
guess?
won't be enough, but you can try.
We'll figure that when I come back. I need to go use the bathroom really quick.
Hi, I'm Carl, and we're going to talk about how to
Carl needs to
properly
fix the
kick
game.
open a door, right? But you want to get your foot as close to the center right there. Pick your site where you want to put your foot.
Fix the
Kick
game,
that puppy
Carl.
open. Piece of cake.
Oh my god. There you go, Carl. He wanted to stay a bit longer. Look, Carl, no one's here, but the mission's not over. Says defeat all enemies, but we've already done that. What more does it want from me? Maybe the enemies are within. Wait, what? Excuse me? I knew there was something wrong. I knew something was up with you, Mexican Iron Man. You've been working with the enemy this whole time. I should have known it day one. Ever since I saw that mustache, I had a feeling that you were the bad guy. I can't do anything though. I can't kill him. Man, that fucking sucks. But yeah, I'll solve this. Try to fix it when I come back. I need to go use the bathroom, baby. Hey, alright, I'm back. Man. Right. Let's try and fix this. How do we fix this? As you can see, keep ending the turn over and over again doesn't do anything.
I like our chances.
Who wants the honors?
Victory is nearly at hand.
Bring as many as you like.
Maybe they're just slow? maybe they're just still on their way. The reinforcement?
You ready to save the world?
Maybe they got stuck in traffic?
Judgment comes for the guilty. None
We just gotta give them time?
judgment. You must be eager for your penance.
Enemies like... Keep a train! We'll be there soon. We're just in the train. Train is just a bit slow. This was saved half an hour ago. This auto save. What? I don't know if I want to try and reload that. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if I restart the game. Then it's still gonna put me there. Yeah, let's try and do that. But still, let's restart the game just to be sure. Then I'll start the game like you're normally supposed to do. Clicking the play game. Well, in the meantime, let's try out these popcorn. A budget crash? That closed the game. Because the encounter was bugged. The encounter was soft locked, it wouldn't end the mission. The mission is to kill all the enemies. I killed all the enemies and then the mission still kept going. Actual soft lock. No surprising. That's the first bug we've encountered. Honestly surprised by that. Exactly. The enemy is just too good at hiding. They're too good at playing hide and seek, man. Yeah, I just had to find them. I couldn't though. It was bad, man. They won the hide and seek game. Did I just click new game? Oh god. Wow, we're right back here. Maybe it works now.
All will witness their sins. The spirit.
Yeah, that was scary. I clicked continue, but then it went down to no game, and I was like, wait, what? Oh, new game? Okay, so what if we load this autosave? I think this is before the mission started. Yeah, it doesn't even come up with a pop-up, it just deletes it.
Not a bad place to be posted up, all things considered. At least I'm not down.
I'm pretty sure. Wait, maybe that's why it bugged out. Yeah, it's still there. Defeat all enemies. Yeah, maybe that's why it bugged out, because I have this mission quest that's... which requires me to do a hero combo with Doctor Strange. And well, I'm not sure if I need to perform the hero combo, like my character. I'm not sure if he's the one that needs to deal with Doctor Strange. Because he did it with Ghost Rider in the mission where it became bugged. Maybe that's why it bugged out, because I did the hero combo with Ghost Rider instead of myself. Maybe. But this time I'll try and bring myself. Let me make an actual save here first, though. There we go. Alright, let's try this again. So we will bring myself this time and Ghost Rider. Now I want to try these popcorn from my popcorn calendar. It's popcorn with pecan pie flavor. Whatever that means. Let's try it again.
Just in case you were looking for another opportunity to even the score with Hydra, I think these clowns are hoping for a fight.
This feels all too familiar.
Hell, right. Nice. Yeah.
Watch and learn, friends.
Somehow that didn't kill the crate next to it.
Even the mother of demons is forced to rely upon hired hands occasionally.
I know this is really that useful. Do I really need 2 hell rides? No, not really. The scaffold. Dark Blessing. Upgrade all your cards in your hand for the rest of the mission. That not really helpful right now either. None of these are really that useful. This is terrible. This is a terrible stock compared to last time. We don't really need this either. Oh my god, no, I don't have enough to do that. Yeah, yes, we could do this. Create the portal to hell.
Only the innocent are spared.
Then we can do this. Or we could do the hell ride. Do the hell ride and wipe the whole map. Why can't I get behind you? You're ruining the moment. I definitely can't get behind you. Can I get behind you? No, I can't get behind anyone. I can't run all of you over. However, run over this guy. Probably be a good idea because he's really annoying to deal with. Oh wait, no, but I actually shouldn't do that. I shouldn't do that because we need to do the hero takedown thing. So I suppose we'll do this.
Let's give it a go.
The light shines on the most dutiful. That's a shame I already moved. Let's see. That unfortunately wouldn't kill you. Go ahead and get rid of that guy though, which might be a good idea. Yeah. Go get rid of this guy, Ghost Rider.
None will be spared.
Then we end our turn. And then hopefully it gives us the hero card so we can get that over with and hopefully complete the mission without it bugging out.
Resistance will get you nowhere.
I'll return the favor in kind.
One guy. Where's the hero card? I need the hero card right here, right now. We don't need this. Give me the hero card. Where is the hero card, damn it? Give me the hero card. That is still not the hero card. And it became concealed. But where is this damn hero card? Are you really not gonna give it to me? Give him the hero card. I'll draw 25. Hold him. No, don't draw 25. In that case, it'll actually be really good. I wouldn't want more cards in my hand. Right, well, okay. I guess we'll just run everyone over with the Hell Ride. Rocky. This is an Uno. Right, time to get an Omega kill. Before this crashes the game. 3 enemies? That was more than 3. Still no hero card. Oh my god. You assholes.
Accept your fate.
This is DOS. No, this is DOS.
Interesting tactic.
7 enemies KO'd. Well, while we're at it, go talk. Go steal this guy's lunch money.
Tell me your secrets.
No, this is Patrick. Hustle time. Alright, there is only 1 enemy left. Now please give me this fucking hero card. Otherwise Strange is gonna be pissed.
They're not quite ready to give up just yet.
Is he not gonna shoot us? He's just gonna buff his friends? Where's the hero card?
Corruption spreading.
There's still no hero card.
Prepare yourself.
I'm not leaving until you give me that hero card.
Not great, but not bad.
Got a random card. Is that a threat? Sure. If you want to take that as a threat, sure. I just want my hero card. I just want my hero card. Please, I'm begging. But no, it's a fraud. Let's got this. Oh my god, where is this hero card? Where is this hero card, man? Come on. I just want the hero card, man. Come on, please. Please, I'm begging you. $68. Heal Doctor Strange.
The light will heal you.
My humble thanks.
Oh my god.
What's our contingency plan? Don't waste it.
He buffed himself. Oh my god, finally, thank fuck. Oh, wait, this is still only Ghost Rider and Doctor Strange. This doesn't involve me. Finally, it gave me at the very last. Holy shit. Alright, well we'll mega kill this guy and then hopefully the mission completes. Oh my god. Sure, still has your dungeon money. Then please let the mission finish. As I don't think it is. Yeah, no, the mission is still going.
Everything according to plan.
I think this mission is just bugged.
We have the upper hand for now.
The defeat all enemy mission.
The worthy are standing.
Are they stronger than they look at least? Is that everyone?
Well, that sucks. But it's fine. At least the game's not completely fucked. Hopefully it's only that type of mission. The defeat all enemy mission type. It does still suck a bit, because it would have been perfect, because look at all the stuff we get from it. You get hero essence, skill essence, attack essence, and a core. It would have been perfect. I wouldn't have minded all of that. And plus it's a Doctor Strange mission, and we have a Doctor Strange challenge as well, so it would have been perfect, but oh well. What can you do? I guess we'll do a different one. Stop the Hydra truck. That is fucking hot as hell. I don't want blueprints, really? I guess we should do this one. And hope that's not bugged out. Operation Assault. And it's with Ghost Rider. And we'll bring Strange. And who would be the last one? I guess myself. Hey, let's hope this works.
Hydra forces are transferring some of their equipment out of this area, and you have a chance to intercept it.
Blue keycap, red keycap. Oh my god, how many keycaps?
You'll have to move quickly.
I'm playing Doom all of a sudden. Here we go.
As they say, no problem.
They gave it to me. But this is what Ghost Rider and Doctor Strange. Oh no, this is with me and Ghost Rider, not Doctor Strange. Wait, what? I'm sorry, Strange. Your mission is impossible. It breaks the game. It doesn't want to be cooperative for some reason.
Watch closely.
How much time do I have for this? I have... It doesn't actually say. I guess that's not time.
Whatever gets the job done.
Am I out of card plates? I think so. No, we're not. Right. Still have 2 card plays. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Nail that.
Yeah, go get that.
You've secured one of the
178
crates.
money.
See if you can't get the others.
Anything else we can do while we're here? No, let's see what happens.
I've been
Hello.
hope to break my resolve.
Dazed and confused, as always. Reinforcement! And one guy shows up.
You're ready now.
Strange.
They've armed one of the crates. It's going to explode if you don't get that key.
Well, how convenient. That's the one they have the keycap for already. We have gotten the Hellrider card. Well, first things first. Strange. We should probably go get this before it explodes. Open the beeping crate. What could go wrong?
You've secured one of the crates. See if you can't get the others.
98. We could buff the Hellrider. Sure. I don't know what it means by upgrade. But hold on, let's see if we can even line those up first, I guess. Alright, but I'd have to. Wait, can I just. No, I can't even look at it. Well. Yeah, buff it. What's the worst that could happen?
The advantage is mine.
It didn't buff the Hellride though. It didn't buff the Hellride. But it should be okay. Perfect. All four of them. Now Ghost Rider might go down. Ghost Rider might go down, and so might Hunter. So it's all gonna be on Strange. Weak? Oh yeah, he's definitely going down.
Another of the crates is armed to detonate. Get to that key card.
Get it, Ghost Rider.
That was the last crate. Wipe out the remaining.
Well, let's see what the
Hydra
fuck we do here.
Let's get you home.
This is not going to be useful in this situation. Yes, let's reach for that. It's those two targeting Ghost Rider. We could actually eliminate them both. Oh, that's not gonna be enough to eliminate them, really? Well then let's buff it, shall we? That should hopefully be enough then. Right, now it's 30 fucking damage, Jesus. Oh, I should have knocked back this guy then, I guess. Should have done it the other way, no. That's unfortunate.
That's the spirit.
We can still kill him though. We can kill him with the crate. Oh my god, 2 interrogations. Can't interrogate though. I can, however, revive myself, but you know, you don't. There's any need for that. The scat at the hell right. Well, interrogate this guy first. Let's see. Can we do this? No, he's just out of reach. The other guy. Yeah, well then do it twice on him? Question mark? No, do this first. Now do this. Not enough to kill, but still a whole lot of damage and a whole lot of health regain. Can we get the other interrogation? I don't think so. He's stunned? Oh, well, it's all on you, Ghost Rider. Go interrogate this. Ghost Rider with the carry. Wait, this couldn't this kill both of them? Why are they both going for strange? He's down. Wait, yeah, we could be close to killing them. Now give him the judgment to finish it off.
That's one shipment Hydra won't be receiving.
Yeah, this one worked. It's just because that other mission was soft luck. Defeat all enemies. Which still sucks, because we did this very sloppy compared to the other one. Oh, it's some enchantment. This is very sloppy compared to the other mission that we did really well. But hey, we got it done. We didn't complete Strange's thing, though. Maybe it has to be a mission just with me and him, just to make sure that it actually happens.
Yo, got a sec?
Wait, you're here. What do you want, Ghost Rider? What's up?
Hey, Hunter. Parker and I cooked something up, and we think you should be a part of it. Oh, you know, if you're free.
Wait, what? Are we gonna be cooking with Ghost Rider?
I could be free.
Right on. Then let's head over to the shop and... oops. Almost spoiled the surprise. Tell you what, if you come with me, just for a bit, I promise we won't waste your time.
Sure. Is where I need a moment.
There is something I must deal with first.
Yeah, no problem. I'll be here until you're ready.
Former hero combo to Strange in combat. You know what? For the next one, I'm just gonna bring myself and Doctor Strange to make sure we get it done.
Well, one day Strange will figure out I was right.
Since surely it'll work. There's no way it wouldn't, or shouldn't. Who wanted to talk? Spider-Man.
Anything happening today?
Didn't Robbie tell you about the... Oh, dang it. Can you do me a favor? Go talk to Robbie, like, right now. Pretend I said nothing.
What?
What is Robbie planning?
Oh, he's really excited and wants to tell you himself. I swore I'd say nothing, but I thought you'd talked to him already. This is the reason I don't own plants.
I have no idea what you mean.
Right. Go talk to Robbie. Do it tonight, trust me.
You get to hang out with both Spider-Man and Ghost Rider?
Can you give me a hint about what Robbie wants?
Nope. He'll explain everything. Just find him before the night's end, okay?
You brought up plants. Does it have anything to do with plants?
No, I got nervous, and sometimes when I'm nervous, look, it's not relevant. Go talk to Robbie, okay?
You say so, Spider-Man. Doggo.
Good girl, Charlie.
So, you want to check out what Parker and I have been working on?
Let's do it.
Lead the way.
I can't wait till you see it.
What have you done?
Hey, you made it!
Told you.
That a
You want to
Spider-Man?
give the rundown, or should I?
I got this.
Hey. Hi. Hitch. That a spider on the table? What's that doing?
As much as I want to show this stuff off, you should get Robbie's pitch first.
Hedge, human. Hedge, demon.
Welcome to the shop.
What is this place?
For me, it's a piece of home away from home.
Why here? Why not the forge? Why call it the shop? What do you do here?
Quite a setup.
What does it look
What
like?
need does it fulfill?
All kinds. Usually, I work on the Hellride, and Parker tinkers with his web gadgets. And as we do, we brainstorm ideas of what we could work on together.
I call it the shop.
You call it the shop, but I see nothing for sale.
That's the beauty. For me, it's an auto shop. For Parker, it's a workshop. We're both wondering what it's going to be for you.
Where's X to rage quit? Why here? Why not the forge?
There must be a reason you do this here instead of the forge.
2 reasons. Tony Stark and Doctor Strange. We wanted a place with good vibes and less bickering. Where we could focus on a project without the smartest men in the world telling us how to do it better. The shop is where you work things out for yourself.
Makes sense. Yeah. They were too intimidated by Doctor Strange. That's the real reason. Too intimidated by his guns. Yeah, an Iron Vader's always just feels weird. Man, what are you doing? You should do this instead. Why are you not using my equipment? What are you doing? Why are you not using Stark Enterprise equipment? Last question. Why am I here?
I understand why the two of you are here.
Why is he here?
Why invite me?
Caretaker always described you as someone who worked with their hands. You made things. You did the work. So we want to make things with you. Help you do the work.
Joke. I don't know. I'm very lazy. I mean, he's always liked my jokes. Should we joke again? And before he gives him minus. Please don't hate me, Ghost Rider.
Caretaker used to tell me to pick up my clothes from the floor. Every day.
Sounds like you and Nico have something in common. Why not let Parker give you a quick rundown on our current project? After that, we'll close up the shop.
All right.
How is that a joke? Now, I'm annoyed by that. And is that a hot dog? What? Why is that a hot dog here? Why do you have a hot dog? Right, let's go look at the spider. You don't keep hot dogs in your shop? Feels weird. Man, are you even a real shop owner or mechanic? What? That is a... I mean, I guess this is more normal to have in a shop. Just a hot dog chilling here. Because of course, I always have a hot dog chilling everywhere in my shop. Never know when you're gonna need a hot dog, you know? Never know when you're gonna need a hot dog at hand. you see the mechanic working on your car and there's a hot dog. Hot dog chilling on the engine. I'd be very confused. I'd have many questions. Whose hot dog is that? Is it? Are you eating a hot dog while working on my car? That's how you heat it up. No, that is fucking 5 hit. Literally too smart. You just start up the engine, bam. You've got a nice warm hot dog. With the side of gasoline. Taste. Actually, they don't need a microwave or a stove for that matter, or a grill even. And you just have your car engine. Just boot up your car and then get a nice, fresh, hot dog ready for you.
It's all pretty neat, huh? There's not enough here to give you a tour, but I did want to show off our first project. Don't have a name for this yet, but if you run into Eddie again, Venom, we think this could give you an edge.
Venom.
When we fought Eddie, the symbiote reacted strongly to your presence. It noticed something about you and tensed up.
Wait, are you making mimic bacons?
Is
that what you're trying to tell me?
What does it do?
Our first prototype dulls your presence around the symbiote. Makes you harder for Eddie to notice.
Oh.
So, symbiote muffler?
Not a mimic bacon.
It is now. The other prototype will help if you're ever caught in Eddie's tendrils. It blasts a distracting subsonic pulse that should give you time to both fight your way out and hit him with a counter.
Like your zingers that keep him distracted?
You know, Robbie and I should let you name all our projects. Then we need to miniaturize it so it fits in your suit. But we can have it ready pretty quick.
You could always build me a web shooter.
If I had a web shooter, you could spend more time in the shop.
Maybe, but you'd probably glue yourself to the floor. And what would that do to the great and mighty hunter's reputation? Oh yeah, I can scrounge enough components to finish this project, but if there were more, we'd have more options. I'll put together a list and send it to your Spark. Bring what you can next time you're here.
All right.
What the fuck? Monka shake, what's happening? Jesus Christ. That was sudden and out of nowhere. Singer protocol. Give 2 random cards in your hand free until they're placed or discarded. Symbiote Mothla. Select the hero. They are immune to the next negative status effect. Oh, give me the Singer protocol.
Huh. So, how'd it turn out?
Better than expected.
Sick.
Fucking Jesus.
Robbie can show you out. Let him know when you're ready to go.
Show me out. Wow, I showed you one of where the exit is. Oh my god, what could that possibly be? The hot dog is still there.
So, that's the shop. What do you think?
This place is a dump. After I just spent all night here working with you guys, crafting this gadget for me. Oh, this place is a fucking dump, man. It fucking stinks of hot dogs in here. It's fucking terrible. I don't ever want to come back here. Fucking stinks of hot dog in here. Stinks of hot dog and coffee. Get me out of here. Perfect.
You and Parker have outdone yourselves.
Then think of what the 3 of us can do. I'll give you a heads up before shop class meets again.
Shop class?
Right. That's what we're calling our time here. See you then. Parker, you sticking around?
You're asking me if I'm sticking around?
Walked into that one. What do you say? Dude, don't make me roll up a newspaper.
Not many of those left. Good for me, bad for democracy. But yeah, I'll be...
Guys, if you roll this tight enough,
Oh no.
you can
Jesus.
break a brick with this thing.
That's what Robbie's thinking. Robbie's been watching Carl. He's gonna go and break Spider-Man in half with the magazine. The great Spider-Man. Defeated by a magazine. Up class. That's probably the same shirt that I unlocked for them, isn't it? It sure is. I like his blue hoodie though. This is terrible. The shop class shirt isn't terrible compared to the emo club shirt. What the fuck? Everyone's chilling at the bar.
Hi.
No. You really can't do it. You can't craft anything at nighttime. Yes, everyone's trying to sleep.
Why, hello, Hunter.
Now I'm gonna sleep. And hopefully not wake up in the middle of the night because the Hulk is calling me. Ah, he didn't call. Oh no! A private DM from Doctor Strange. Is he pissed that I didn't complete his mission? Hunt, I've seen a bond growing between us. If your outcome, I show you. I fear you are losing too much of your time to the mundane mediocrities and daily drudgery. You're using so many fancy words, sir. Doctor Strange sliding into your DMs like Giga Chat. I mean, you know what? Actually, yeah, he is actually a literal Giga Chat. She's like, hey, what's up, Hana? Giga Chat. Need to restore your sense of wondering and imagination, to peek into the veil and see the delicate machinery of the universe laid bare. In summary, you need a break. Shall we take one together? Sure, Mr. Giga Chat.
What is that strange ripple?
Why are we out here in the rain?
It is not quite wind.
I knew you would sense it. It's the transmigration of life essences from one level of existence to the next.
Are you sure it's not just the rain?
Human souls?
No.
Are you sure it's not just the rain?
Birds, other creatures. The Abbey is a waypoint where the veil between planes is quite thin. During quiet times such as this, you can actually feel it.
Quiet times just as this?
I didn't want you to miss it.
What about the rain? You're very thoughtful.
That was thoughtful of you to think of me, Doctor.
If I am anything, Hunter, it's full of thoughts. Maybe too many, swirling around in my head, crashing against each other in a chaotic cosmos of ideas that is the madness of my mind. Reminding myself that I'm just a small part of the whole of creation is a way I calm it. It also reminds us of what's at risk of vanishing completely if your mother gets her way.
Indeed.
And I'm out here wearing sunglasses
but I
too.
have a feeling that with a life force like yours in play, that won't happen.
Yo, I'm level 1 friends with the Giga Chat. I am surprised. I leveled up your friendship. That actually does look kind of cool. Is it blue collar? Yeah, it's kind of nice actually. I'll get that. With a Giga Chat.
Who is a good girl? It is my Charlie girl.
Oh my god. Oh, that's why you were so excited, because I leveled up your friendship. I was like, holy shit, you're going crazy. Hey, you found the Scrappy emote. What is it called again? It's just called Scrappy Christmas. Look at him. He's wearing his Santa hat. Even though he doesn't look too excited about it, but he's wearing his Santa hat.
Ominous presence dares enter these halls. Oh, sorry, it's you.
Yeah, exactly.
Hello,
pretty much. He's got that feels weird, man. Like just like, really? Why did you put this on my head? Take it off already, man. Feels weird, man. Take it off, human. Wait, who wants to talk? Ghost Rider.
Hey, Hunter.
Ghost Rider needs help.
Hey, can I ask a favor?
Honda, I found this scroll in the library. It's a spell that claims the great power. Do you want to try it? Absolutely, I'll take any itch I can get. These old spells are never that simple. We should turn this over to Caretaker. -5 health. And an upgrade ability. Oh, he already has like a bunch of health. He has 114 health. Yeah, you know what? -5, that's not gonna be too much.
Hey, can I ask a favor?
Take any itch I can get. A holy gift. I thought I already had something called holy gift. I guess not. If I remove that, I don't have any healing. And the healing is kind of nice. I'm too addicted to the healing. I'm too dependent on the healing.
I have something for you.
I do?
Cozy mittens?
What do I have for him?
Components for shop class.
Almost as good.
Hero up complete. Then we've got new stuff to analyze.
It turns out Tony does occasionally make useful contributions.
Select a hero that damage gains life steal for 2 turns. Does that work on anybody? Be free missions with Iron Man. Do this.
Ooh, new coil. Let's get to work.
This tag opening.
What do you think?
Inspire. Change the cost of a random heroic card in your hand to 0. At random? Oh, another heal. Give me Inspire and Judgment. Another one.
Let's go. What can I say except you're welcome?
Enhanced before you fuck the strange card. Merciless. If target has stun, 100 plus 4 damage. Holy shit. Straight to hell.
I'm pretty sure Charlie left a steaming coil in the hallway. Third state of matter, indeed.
Place Ghost Rider with a drop until the next turn. What does final mean? Get that Merciless.
Good day, Hunter.
Wait, can I just craft that vampire thing? Oh yeah, I can. Damn, that sounds really good. So yeah, I got Merciless. That's really good, but I'm pretty sure I don't have anyone with stun abilities. Wait, what about this Ghost Rider thing? Straight to hell. That's really good if you have someone that uses knockback attacks. But that would have been really nice in the beginning. I can't, because I kind of stopped using knockback. Kind of tried to have less of that.
Time's wasting, Hunter. I think we've got something for everyone.
Oh wait, this is gonna cost everything. I don't know if I want to do that. Consume 25% health. Damage an enemy. 2 damage per health. Also damage on nearby enemies. Oh, this instead of everything, it becomes just enemies. And that's not needed.
I'm almost getting used to seeing you on your feet again.
You're here now.
Hello, my sweet girl.
I don't think I can go. It mentions the tome where we woke up in, but I'm pretty sure I can't go back there. I mean, I can, but like I can't go inside the tome. Anyways, how did the hero up go?
Underneath my mask is a look of deep satisfaction.
The next 2 weapon attacks cost 0. Deal 15 plus damage. Spider-Man Nick Fury's agent is after back channel communication between Central and Fury's system. Take and Fury don't see eye to eye, but they both recognize the further Hydra operating openly in the Big Apple. As long as that interest remains mutual, we can count on limited shield assistance and not fighting against love. The Amazing Spider-Man, Enter Spider-Man.
See you soon.
These hero ups are fun to do. We should
I'm
know
here
intel.
if you need me.
I already have opportunities. Wait, we could go upgrade that maybe.
No pain, no gain.
Oh no, I can't upgrade that.
Caretaker said I need to be a team.
Because the one I just got is the upgraded version. Yeah, the one I just got is the upgraded version. Then I can actually discard this. Okay. So let's try and do a mission with just me and Doctor Strange, so we can get this Doctor Strange thing done. Him wanting to do a hero combo together. Such miss? Wait, what happened? What is being such miss? That the one I got was the upgraded version. This one is still here. Defeat enemies. The bugged mission. Shit, that's the only strange mission too. I mean, what do I need? I don't really care about blueprints. I guess we'll do that to get credits. Or we could try this again. Maybe it's fixed now, the bug mission. Let me save. This mission is such miss. What's on sale? Music box, Blood on Blood. Surprisingly heavy rendition of a death metal classic. Blacklist separately. Who here listens to heavy metal? Or death metal and all these? I'll probably be Blade, maybe.
If you can beat Carol in a straight fight, I'll let.
Increase level to 6. Wait, increase level to 6? So they're just gonna skip a level? We'll do that with her.
You know I know magic, right?
Get her up to date.
Now I see what
Holy shit, I should just skip 2 levels. Oh, and I can afford this now. Lunge. Endless combo missions from the yard to earn EXP and practice hero abilities against enemies in limbo. I don't know if that's really necessary. I don't know if that's really
Strange
necessary.
knows Merlin. I'm still waiting for someone to take this sword.
King Merlin. Alright, okay. Let's save the game again here. And then we'll try to do the bug mission. With just me and Strange. And see what happens. Because you can do it with just 2 people, right? Yeah. No, you have to pick free. Fuck. I thought you have to pick free. Well, I guess we'll pick the lowest level of Iron Man. Well, let's see what happens with this mission now.
Just in case you were looking for another opportunity to even the score with Hydra, I think these clowns are hoping for a fight.
We'll handle it post-haste.
Dog blessing. No way. It didn't give me any knockback cards. Well. This is a strange hand to start with. I really don't like Doctor Strange's cards. Because most of them are just power up and stuff. They are nice, but just not in the situation here where I only have 2 attack cards.
I feel more like myself every day.
You leveled up from that. Cover the thing. Yeah, let's go for this guy.
Hail that.
Bro, the last 2 attack cards played. You know what? That might actually be really useful right now.
This won't end well for
We can kill some more. Yeah, because then it gives us this quick card back. And then we can get this guy. Wait. There we go.
Weak, even for Hydra.
And then we could also get this guy in the process. That actually worked out really well. Nice. Go. Now, you know what? Let's just end the turn. See what happens.
Engaging target.
Hey, watch the paint job.
Arm Alpha reinforcing. South on honor.
You know what to do.
Overloaded. Okay, so he's just gonna explode next to Iron Man, so all I have to do is move him.
Honestly, now, you're just wasting your time.
Well, I could kill all these 4 people here. Yeah. Yeah.
They do not stand
Bleach Stone. Holy fuck. He's fucking dead. And I thought we weren't allowed to kill. Restore 2 combat cards used this mission. Go. Let's see what it gives us.
The light shines on the most dutiful.
Oh wait, no, it's not heroism. Well, we could do this, but that's not really necessary. Where is the box? Oh, it's right there. This does 30, so we could let Iron Man do this. Just so he's also sort of useful.
Getting it done any way we know how.
I still have card, please. I mean, might as well, as we can. Go open the red box. Even though we still have a turn, maybe we could get rid of this, actually, see what we get. Redraw to knockback. Yes. Actually. Wait, no. One of the best spots. We can't knock this guy over here. Yeah, could get rid of this guy.
I'm saving my energy. Fail, Smydra.
And we still have a card player, so might as well interrogate him this turn. Let the Giga Chat interrogate him.
You may learn something of value from this one.
Monka, you don't want to mess with him, trust me. You don't want to see the guns that he's hiding under his Dracula outfit.
Hydra will never change.
You're mine.
I won't be dispatched that easily.
Take them out.
Okay, since it's still going here and we're like close to being done, let's make another manual save here. Yes.
Will not last much longer at this rate.
Oh man. So we don't have any knockback. That would be perfect right now. Wait, that could actually kill it. I just gotta buff it. Yeah, upgrade all. Use the dog magic. Dog magic to buff this technology. Oh, wait, no, that didn't buff the damage. That only made it cost less. Oh, well, that's still okay.
That'll work.
Getting chewed up here.
Whatever gets the job done.
Oh, this game, this had a knockback. That's honestly perfect. Wait, if that had a knockback, I could knock this guy into his friends, but it would hurt Iron Man. Which I guess is not too bad.
This should be good.
Tony presents us with an opportunity.
Wait, that wasn't my last card play, was it?
I feel at least 4% stronger than before. Gotta check.
Oh, that was my last card play. Oh, I should have done that. Oh well, it's fine. I think I can cheese it, can't I? No. Well, what I can do is... Make sure this guy dies.
Even the Mother of Demons is forced to rely upon hired hands occasionally.
But is this gonna hit Iron Man either way? No, right? There is one frame where it doesn't hit him. Right there.
Watch and learn.
Somehow he didn't get hit. God, we still need to perform the hero combo actually. So. Yeah, it's okay we didn't finish it this turn.
A rare strike.
These two are the last ones. Wait, this gives me a draw and knockout. Yeah. Give me the thing. You didn't give me the thing.
A moment. A gift.
Omega buff. Do it again. We need the hero card. 72 damage. Okay, so he's the last one. There's no more reinforcements. So after this one, it should
solid so far?
end the mission. But I need the hero card, so we're just gonna mess around with him till he gives me the hero card.
I am impressed. Prepare yourselves.
Fair enough.
The Scott. Wait, no, the Scott. I don't want. Oh my god, it gave me right back. Oh, oh, but it, well, it's Iron Man and Doctor Strange. Hopefully it counts and hopefully it ends the mission. Why did he just run away?
You and me, let's go.
Hopefully they learned.
Hey, yeah, it worked that time. The mission completed. Didn't soft lock. Sweet. Just had to do another one and that fixed it. Now, did that also count for the Doctor Strange challenge? Hey, that's perfect. We get so much shit from that. Nice. Honestly, that was very smooth.
Hunter.
Spider-Man. Wait, where's Strange? What do we do with that? I had a feel. Something tells me it didn't count. Oh well. I can hang out with Spider-Man.
You're pretty spry for a reanimated.
Hang out with Spider-Man or Captain Marvel. Okay, no, it did count. We just have to talk with him tomorrow morning. Okay. Yeah. We can hang out with Mexican Iron Man, Spider-Man, Captain Marvel. No, I can hang out with the Giga Chat. I can hang out with the Giga Chat.
Your mastery of the arcane is formidable, Hunter.
Can I just hang out with my dog? Can I just hang out with my dog? I mean, I'm sorry. It's probably easy which one I'm gonna pick. Gonna pick Spider-Man. Maybe we can eat pizza together.
Well, I'm pretty sure we just pissed off your mom.
Have a drink stargazing. I can go fishing with Spider-Man too? Oh my god. I can go fishing with Iron Man.
I've peered into many realities.
I can watch a movie with Doctor Strange.
Side by side. It's nice to be surprised.
Stargazing, meditation, deep conversation, yeah. I'm going fishing in the rain with Spider-Man. Let's do this.
Hey, Hunter.
Oh, hold on. What kind of gifts do I have again? I have a music box. Blood on Blood. Little Girl's Dream. A skull and then an Adventures magazine. I don't think any of these are for Spider-Man. In fact, I don't think any of these are for any of the people that I can hang out with. So, but either way, we'll just go fishing with Spider-Man.
Whoa. I just realized we're nearly the same age. It's kind of blowing my mind.
Why?
In my head, you're ancient. No offense. But you've actually lived fewer years than I have. So, are you one of the kids? Or the second oldest adult? I don't know how to treat you.
Joke. Respect your elders. Respect me. Let's tell him a joke. Surely he'll see this as a joke, right?
I'm glad you brought this up. I am unhappy with how you have treated me.
Oh man, was it the ancient thing? Because...
As your elder, I expect breakfast delivered daily outside my room.
I'm not the best cook, but...
I expect you to launder my battle garb after every mission.
There's a washing machine? Magic said we had to use the creek.
And walk Charlie twice a day. Do not touch her waist, for its hellish nature will make your hair fall out.
Okay, you're definitely one of the kids.
Yeah,
That's
he
an
did like it.
impressively straight face.
I don't have a gift for you, Spidey. Then you have the best suited to some heroes than others. You just want you know to pick the best. Yeah. I am pretty sure Spider-Man doesn't. I don't think Spider-Man is into death metal. I don't think he's a fan of skulls. And this is specifically for Captain America. And I think he's in the game too? But I don't know, we'll save that for him.
Hunter, let's do this again.
Oh my god. I unlocked the rare
You're a really
trunks.
good fisher, Hunter.
Thank you, you too.
You're pretty cool, Hunter. We do fun stuff.
I unlocked rare trunks for Spider-Man. It's just the same as these. But then they're just all red. And then I got... What did I get? No, I just got a tank top and military pants. Yeah, no.
What's good?
I think I ran out of compliments.
Hello, Hunter. Thanks, Hunter.
It did count. Even though it wasn't with me, it still counted. Increase the chance. Using negative status.
Hey!
Oh, we're almost level 2 with Nico. Oh, we're about to level up our friendship with Spider-Man. I guess that does it. Sleep again. How much stuff do we have of everything? Currency wise. Oh my god, we have a lot of heroic essence. We have a lot of everything actually now. Now we need some intel. Maybe we should do an intel mission. Emo Kid's meeting invitation. And Spider-Man crawling his way into my DMs. What's up, Spidey? Hey, Hana. I'm always down to hang out in this sweat. It's not a joke about web slinging. Unless you laughed, in which case I'm brilliant. We don't spend enough time together, so let's change that. You free? Yeah, I'm free right now.
So, word on the street is that the Abbey just got a massive shipment of artisan sodas. I thought we could throw a couple back, like partners on the force in one of those buddy cop movies.
We're gonna be drinking with Spider-Man. You watch a lot of movies, huh? We should make a toast.
Throw back. Ah, yes, like a toast? Agatha was quite fond of them.
Rad idea. Know any good ones?
Well, my Asgardian is quite rusty, but I suppose I could try. Of course, I would need some sort of goblet to throw into the mirror, and a nice sharp axe for the
What?
How about I go first just to set a nice safe benchmark? So, what flavor soda can I get you?
There is more than one flavor?
Oh yeah. There's Thor's Thirst, Black Widow Bubbles, Loki Lime, Radioactive
Lime.
Rockenberry.
Radioactive what?
You know what? You just chill there, and I'll pick one out for you, partner.
Pog. Wow, we've been drinking with Spider-Man. And that's how we leveled up his friendship. Goblins now have an increased effect on friendship. I went drinking with Spider-Man. And I leveled up my buddy level with him. And we get a new color scheme for him. That probably looks terrible. Yeah, that actually looks aight. That actually looks aight. Not too bad as some of the other ones, like the Ghost Rider one. But you can't beat the original. Are you over here now? You want to play PlayStation?
Who is a good girl? It is my Charlie girl.
My dog gave me 18 monies.
Hey.
Spider-Man needs help.
Hey, can I ask a favor?
Saw Charlie earlier. She was climbing the walls. I'm not sure I want to see what a bored hellhound is capable of. Cover something interesting on the Abbey grounds with Charlie. Oh.
Thanks, Hunter.
What a strange mission. What a strange request.
Hola.
To get me Spider-Man. Oh wait, was there something? Oh yeah, there was a message from her too. Hey Hana, want me to get the emo kits? Like, give me just at your room and the next night everyone's available. Yeah, sure. He still wants to talk though.
Hey, you know what sucks?
What?
Having your weapon manifest out of your chest.
What?
It feels weird.
It sounds weird. Power has its price. How does the weapon work?
Your staff. Tell me about its properties.
Well, to summon it, I need to use my
Oh
own
my
blood.
god. Two
Metal, right?
everything.
Blood does contain iron, yes.
Good thing I'm not queasy. Yeah, that would make me a pretty bad blood wedge.
Why do you bleed?
That's just the price I pay. To top it all off, my staff only responds to a spell once.
So you must be decisive with your casting?
That's putting it lightly. I don't like to have the staff bursting from my chest like a baby alien for nothing.
Is it sentient?
Well, one, and it listens to my words, so kinda? Well, we don't need to get into the philosophy of it. That'll get me feeling all existential.
Noted. Thank you for letting me in on your pain.
Well, when you put it that way, you make it sound so emo.
Perfect for the emo kids club.
I never wanted to lead the Midnight Suns,
Wait,
but
we're
someone needs
really
to
close
keep
to
that
leveling up with her.
I'll keep doing
Yeah,
it as
2
long as
points away from leveling her friendship up. Like, what level is everyone? Yeah, as long as I was 5 now, it's pretty good. Doggo, let's go find something.
Come along, Charlie.
Spider-Man said there was something interesting. Spider-Man said there was something interesting somewhere. I keep going that way. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's gonna bark if he finds anything, right? Or she. Oh, yeah, there you go.
What is it, Charlie? Find something? Hello, my sweet girl.
Mushrooms and plant. Oh, there you go. Now we can go back to Spider-Man told. What? Down here? Yeah, there's nothing else here. We've already been down here too. No, you barked? There was nothing there. Doggo.
I will see if I can find you a treat later. Wait here, girl.
There you go, that fixed it. That chest is never gonna respawn, I feel like. Just because it was a rare chest, I feel like it's never coming back, unfortunately. I'm not rare. What even is it? Not legendary. Very rare, I guess.
What's happening, Hunter?
Awesome. Thanks, Hunter.
What do you mean fangs? What do you mean fangs? I was the one I walked my dog and found it. Snack bag, fresh and fruity. Unless you're a raging carnivore, you'll find something to love in this box of delightful fruits. Who here seems to like fruits? I don't know who would like fruits. Perhaps.
Feeling good today, girl?
New pose from Captain Marvel. New rule: no food in the war room. This again. Central had peanut butter smeared on top of a console. I don't care how it got there, but I don't want it happening again. Oh, that was me. I thought you were talking about sunflower seeds. My sunflower seeds. No, you have a 94% success rate to toss the seeds in the trash. You need to pick up the 6% that miss. Is that an XCOM reference? That's disturbingly specific. Hey, Central tracks everything. I should mention during times of stress, I have known to sleepwalk and sleep eat peanut butter sandwiches, often on the ceiling, so don't hold it against the team on my account. Neil rule. The rule was signed, as long as you clean the console. Spider-Man eating peanut butter sandwiches. Oh, that's sleep.
Oh, you are gonna love this.
Nanotech wave. Can't do any of this. Rapidly heal injuries.
Welcome to Tony's Scary Demon Cave. I'm Tony, and how may I assist you today? What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know.
If this thing behind me turns into a giant gateway to ancient Egypt, I'm quitting.
I already have 2 of those. But that was the only one we had.
Another project?
No, we don't have any new challenge
I'm
missions.
here if you need me.
Why does it look like the game all of a sudden runs at low frames? What happened? Knock enemies into allies to deal significant extra damage. Heal will no longer take damage when enemies are knocked into them. That is really fucking useful. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I had my eye on that too.
And then it's just that.
Time's wasting, Hunter. Don't stress it too much. There's no wrong answers here.
An enhanced spell. Most welcome.
Just like we keep leveling this up every time we're here. Help on falling trap objects to deal extra damage in combat. Nice. Is there anything else? I don't have 2 of those, unfortunately.
Later.
This was around. We've had that one before too. Alright, let's see. We do one more here. Artifact. Yeah, I want to do the Intel one. Oh, this is a Nico one. Perfect. Who can we do this with today? Combat bonus for selected hero. I guess Ghost Rider. I guess Ghost Rider.
Like playing with fire.
Nice.
Peace.
Privyet, Hunter.
Privyet to you too. Oh, right, the Doctor Strange card. I just want to upgrade it, right? Yeah. Once I guess we could get rid of that. Well, just in case this bugs out again. Oh, this mission bugs out like the last one. Make a save. I'll bring myself on this. I don't think there's any need to. Bring her. I haven't used her a lot. And then Ghost Rider. Wait, what? Oh, fuck. What is this thing? Gain 2 fast at mission start. Defeat all enemies.
This area are causing trouble. Let's take them down.
As you say.
What the hell does fast do? Everything costs for 1 less. But this guy's not really priority target after all. This is 105 damage. Holy fuck. Oh, because it's a crit. That's why.
Ready? You're just lucky we aren't allowed to take your life.
Pretty sure they're dead, but sure. But sure, whatever you say. On KO gain 1 counter.
Here we go.
Not looking good here. Whatever gets the job done.
Gain counter on KO. I don't think it's possible to kill. Oh wait, no, it is possible to kill him. Yeah. He died because of his friend. Well, and now we run over everyone. Yeah, like right here. That's a triple kill right there. Easy money. Overkill? Maybe. Just very little.
Move back. There won't be enough to save you.
Yeah, all that guy does is just buff his friends. When there is still friends to buff. Move an enemy. Or create a portal to hell. That's okay, no, I don't think we should do that. Maybe we should. That'll cause all the cards though. Wait, apply 2 blood magic to an ally. Okay, apply 2 magic to an ally. Oh, I see. He gets all one of those. Extra damage or lifesteal. Well, this causes 0 because he's Omega OP right now, so. Well, how about we do this? Oh, wait, let's do that. Yes. Yes. Do this. Move him over here. Is that possible?
This will You are nothing compared to the things I have seen and killed.
Oh, but I can't. Oh, that'd be fine if we do this.
Even the gods would not stand before us as arrogantly as you have.
Perfect. Well, we don't really need to move her out of the way. We can just do this now. Omega combo. It's not gonna be enough to kill. Oh. To make sure that it kills, do this first.
You have been judged.
Now do the Omega Wombo combo.
Very effective.
Is it bugged out again like the previous one? Or is there reinforcement? Oh my god.
Go ahead, try it.
Your penance.
It is bugged out like the previous one.
The stench of their sins fills the air.
Amazing. Oh. Sure, I'm glad I saved. Because that means we can't do that. We gotta go do a different one. Well then. Oh, that sucks because I would have liked the intel. Hold on. What if we're starting the game, we'll fix it again. Maybe that'll do it. I just want to do the one more mission. Then that'll be it. Man, there's so much trash here because all the chocolate I've been eating. Yeah, let's see if that fixed it. It doesn't fix it if it puts me right here. Oh yeah, let's let this save here. Maybe I shouldn't have clicked continue. Oh, well. Let's see.
Hydra forces in this area are causing trouble. Let's take them down.
It's as good as done.
No, we're gonna have to do this differently now because it didn't. They didn't give me my hell ride. My hell ride. It's not enough to kill. What? Now, what if we do this? Okay, how far can you kick this? Oh, just shy of the red barrel, of course. All of these have knockbacks. Okay.
Well, that's interesting.
Is that the best you've got?
KO gain a counter. That's not gonna kill any of them. Which is a damn shame. We maybe could make it kill someone.
Here's one for ya.
Very effective.
Let's see, will it kill someone now? Oh my god, he's just shy of dying. What if we buff her? And maybe it'll give her increased damage? Although, wait, if it gives increased damage, it doesn't really matter because this does 0 damage. Oh well. No counter for us, I guess. Even though I think it should be 2. That would do a lot more damage, but you can't get in a good position to do the knock. So we'll just do this. That is still a lot of damage to everybody.
This is a good day.
That is a damn shame that doesn't kill. Wait. It wouldn't kill him either way. I'm in a good spot. That does 20 damage, but you know what? We could still get a kill here. Yeah, it's probably best to get one of them out at least.
Vengeance is all that you have done.
Wait, yeah, we can go do that. Throw the box at this guy. Really looking up your dirty attack. Until, oh, okay, I can't hit him now. Not until the start of the next turn. Gotcha. Well, let's see what happens.
Proceeding as planned. Follow my lead. Pathetic.
There's no place to hide.
Now we can get him.
You'll get
With
yours.
the box.
You're ready now.
Holy buffs. That guy's got 2 buffs.
Is nearly at hand.
For the rest of the mission, deal plus 47 damage to enemies knocked through a portal. Well, it hasn't given me the portal cut. Unlucky. Well, first of all, someone needs to go for a box at this guy. Alright, that's gonna hit him. Hope so. Is he really not within box range? Are you serious? I have to go do this. Yeah, that's an environmental attack.
Here we go.
He's still vulnerable. It's probably not a good idea to do the judgment thing right now. No, I don't have enough to kick that. No damage to any attackers for 1 turn. Oh, I can't move anymore. He's gonna shoot someone. Let's see. Let's do this. Move you over here with your friends. Hopefully the one he chooses to shoot is not Ghost.
You shouldn't try. You'll only embarrass yourself.
Right. Now I just need to do one more thing and then I can do that. Which I guess would be... kick this guy somewhere.
You would sacrifice yourself blindly for Lilith? You are more foolish than you look.
Now we do this to get a free move.
Once again, this could prove powerful.
Then Ghost Rider, he'll do the honors.
They're trying to flank.
What the? Yes.
Judgment.
It's better if you quit now.
Oh my god. So many people can get interrogated. Yeah, sure. Let's interrogate them all. Go steal that lunch money, Ghost Rider. Hopefully, it doesn't soft like this time. Otherwise, rip. Rip all the items.
Tell me your secrets.
Stole his lunch money. Right, so let's make another save here. Yeah, and then they'll turn.
What's our contingency plan?
There's no reinforcements in this one, so as soon as we kill these last two, it should be over. Now we got the hell right. I mean, there is, you haven't got the portal card for sure.
This will certainly help.
Oh yeah, sure, quick.
I have no patience for this.
Might as well interrogate the last guy. Then I don't have enough to do the hell ride. Oh well. Wait, he's still vulnerable, so I probably shouldn't do that. Draw a heroic card. Change the card all heroic cards that you hand to 0 until the end of the turn. Oh, wait, that's perfect. No, but it's the last card that I can play. Fortunately. You know what? Let's just end our turn there.
There's only so much I can do here.
Now you're pissing me off.
That's not good. Why did you have to become dazed and confused? Oh, and for 2 turns as well? Oh my god. We'll go for the box in his face.
Prepare yourselves.
Sure, place 2 hell portals. Okay, but then, no, I have to do another turn before I could use this. Even it doesn't matter now, I guess. Yeah, because now we can do the hell right either way.
Your suffering begins.
Right. Can I overwrite the save? Yes. Okay, he's the last enemy. Should be able to kill him next turn, and then hopefully the mission ends.
I will remember your face.
Dazed and confused.
Judgment comes for the guilty.
Could do it again. Yes.
Here you go.
Now it costs 0 to do the hell ride. Well, hop in the car again, Ghost Rider. Let's go.
Good one.
Hey, there you go.
We've done it. Excellent
I
work.
guess all it takes is just to restart the game to get rid of the soft log on the mission. That seems to work. No dynamite adventure. That was fun. We get to do every mission like twice if they end up soft locking all of them. Oh, is there no emo kids meeting? I thought I agreed to that.
Hey.
Don't tell me the whole game is bugged now. There's nothing,
What's
really?
up, sunshine? What's shaking, bacon?
Stop by at night when we're all free. Did I level up someone's friendship or something? Right. If we, how many? Okay, no, we did like 2 main missions today, didn't we? Didn't only do 1 again today. Like last time. Well, I guess there's nothing. Bedtime. Wait, what? Ghost Rider invited us to shop class, but I already agreed to the emo kit thing. Oh, it's because I need ingredients, I guess. Need ingredients before the next emo kids meeting can happen. Either way, I think that does it for today. It's somehow already 5 in the morning, and I'm getting pretty tired. Even though I like to play more. I sure play more of this game, man. It's too much fucking fun. But I think that does it for today. It's 6.5 hours.